Alrighty, hello, good morning, good evening and good afternoon. I hope you can get your coffee. Unfortunately, coffee teleportation is kind of still a work in progress, but I hope you get some good coffee. Anyways, welcome everybody, welcome to FF5 for Job Fiesta. I'm a little bit late because, well, I happened to not just get coffee but also some cake along the way, so I wanted to eat that before I start, well, before I actually starting the stream. Before I start talking, because I don't like eating while talking. Anyways, welcome everybody, hope you're having a lovely day. Welcome to you Northwix, welcome to your Rachidactylus, welcome to you Berthus. And welcome to anybody else who might have joined us now, or maybe even watching the VOD later. Hope you're doing well today. Alrighty, I suggest let's just get going, shall we? Welcome back to FF5 for Job Fiesta. This time, starting a new game, don't forget the timer. This time we're playing the good old GBA Advanced version. No modifications to the thing, it's just the GBA version, and that's it. And well, it's been an interesting journey to get through all of the versions of the game. And now I'm kind of going back to the version that I personally think is the best one, the GBA Advanced version. Sometimes I prefer the Super Nintendo version for the higher resolution, as in the larger picture. You might notice a little bit of a black bar at the top and the bottom. That's just, well, how this version happens to look, and you know what, that's fine, don't worry about it too much. Thank you for the good luck and have fun, and welcome everybody. I have coffee too, I hope so do you if you like coffee. Cake, you brought enough to share, right? I did bring enough to share? Well, I would have plenty enough to share, but also, you need to have a cake teleporter receiver in order for me to send it over. It's I forgot to press the enter button on the going live thing because I meant to... Yeah, it's fine. It's a marble cake, actually, or was anyways. I guess there's still more than half remaining. Cake teleporting receiver, okay, you let me know when you got it working. Excellent. Hey, welcome as well, Eichwart. Thank you for the good luck and have fun. Welcome back everybody to FF5 for Job Fiesta. I actually have not yet rolled the jobs, but just kind of a casual mention. What kind of for Job Fiesta settings do you guys prefer, if I might ask? I think my preference is just do a Typhoon run, that way we always get a job that we can immediately use, no matter what. Well, except for maybe rare cases of fire crystal stuff. But it also means that the wind and water crystal jobs are gonna be slightly more common, because they're almost always available to be rolled. You avoid duplicates with Typhoon, that's your current run. You've got a knight, 2 red mages, and you feel betrayed by Gilgabot. Well, I mean, with that team, I guess the red mages are going to do a bit of the heavy lifting in a number of locations. But yeah, I don't tend to go for duplicates. I don't really like duplicates, to be completely honest. But I actually kind of enjoy the idea of a 5th job nowadays. And you know what? Just for fun, let's add Berserker Risk to it, because nowadays you can actually play Berserker Risk even after the initial registration is complete. It used to be that you could only get the Berserker Risk to work if you were signed up just, well, before the entire Job Fiesta season started, but nowadays we can just have it before. Alrighty, Berserker risks. You have a greater chance to get one or more Berserkers. funnily enough, I believe I already did a Berserker Risk run on my first one, and I didn't get any. So maybe this time we'll get some mythical. It's gonna be a Typhoon run. And we start with what I would consider to be one of the comfiest classes, and we already had at least twice now, I think. So it's not a particularly fast or efficient start, but let me tell you, it's one of the best support classes that you can have, even if it does not necessarily initially look like it. Also, where are my stream controls? There they are. 3 as our first one. Alright, I'm gonna set the configurations. We set the battle speed to 4, because once again, in this version, battle speed here mostly affects how long you have when you get your menu, as in when it's your turn, between the enemies acting again, or well, the battle timer continuing. If you put it to 1, there is no delay, the battle timer just continues. It's like the Pix remaster. But if you have, or would like to have a little bit more time to react and do stuff before the enemies slap you around, just setting it to a higher number gives you more time to work with. Battle's message speed we set to fast. Shortcut menu, I really missed the shortcut menu in the other versions. Remember and automatic dash, and what color do we go for today? It's kinda unique. I don't think I've used that one before. Let's go with that. Is the cake marvelous? Yes, actually, it's pretty fantastic. Can recommend. Eh. I think I accidentally pressed the A button exactly as I tried to walk away with Blocker there. Hello, Caldian, welcome. Hope you're doing well today. Alrighty, placed it as... My goodness, brains. The Game Advance version, you can hold down the A button and your character will automatically select whichever command you have. It's kind of like auto battle, but you have a lot more control over what is happening for the most part. Yet another little quality of life feature I personally miss from the other versions, where you can just hold down the confirm button to do these things. Alrighty, this is run number 6. That doesn't work. I don't know. 6 it is. From 6? Alright, that's a good thing. Can we have a space too? No, from 6 it is. Excellent. Hello! Welcome as well, Riot Power, and welcome to you, Balakar. Hope you're doing well. Moogle losing his pants. Moogles don't wear pants. This guy was just grabbing pants from a friend. Just for this little bit. You were late to listen. Anything special about this run? It is Berserker Risk, it is Typhoon, it is 5th Job. So that's kind of the most there is to this. For the most part, it's just going to be a comfy run through the game without any regular restrictions. I guess what we could do is maybe do like a one character thing, but I don't feel like it today. We still have the freelancer solo challenge ahead of us, so I'll get my fill solo challenges later down the road anyways. And to be honest, doing a 2-character challenge really is not that difficult in my book. I was considering maybe like just playing with 2 characters instead of 3. Instead of 4, excuse me. So I guess just no additional restrictions, just a comfy run through. Hello, welcome to Evil Knievel, hope you're doing well. Come on, Buckle, let's go. So, when playing this game and starting a new run, what you can do is... Oh, right, before that. I'll talk about that afterwards if I don't forget about it. Because we still need to knock out 4 more goblins before we can continue. Because I don't remember the opening race of routing, so I don't remember what levels we're supposed to have on the thieves. I guess we'll see. We'll just wing it and see what happens. It's so strange playing this version now where the inputs and the menus are actually very responsive. Where I press the button, actually something happens. Or at least I can expect it to happen as long as I don't press it too early or too late. So that's nice. Good morning. Room 6. I wonder if we were to get up to a 10th run, how would you incorporate that? I guess you would go with replacing the O in Rump with a 1-0, huh? That kind of would work. But it's more like Club. Would be a bit weird. Anyways, in case anybody is not familiar with this old meme, because it's very local to this channel, let's put it this way. Rump is kind of the sound rabbits make from the Secret of Mana series when they try to bite you, just kind of rump. Yes, that one. Which I'm now realizing that there's probably plenty of people that might never even have seen or played Secret of Mana, because, you know, I guess nowadays I'm just playing it once a year for 100% run at New Year's. Alrighty. Also, what you can do is you can take 2 extra steps, one left, one right, and then you're actually avoiding 1 extra encounter when going into this cave here. That is always the case when you play this version and you just start a new game. Because the randomness for when you get encounter and which type of encounter you get is always preset. So we effectively just avoided the first little encounter in here by doing that. I guess maybe I should fight some things along the way. Right. I need to open my attack spread, but then again I'm pretty sure this guy's considered maybe in the back row. So what I should do actually is I should switch weapons. If you want to fight in here, basically Lena most of the time goes first. So you kind of want to equip the broadsword from Butts and give it over to Lena. Also you can press the L&R button to switch characters. I forgot. And that way Lena's guaranteed to knock out an enemy because the broadsword is just stronger, and Gallop will just help Butts in this case finish off the enemy here. So Lena and Gallop get some levels and experience, and Butts as well. Since Ferris joins our party at level 3, the game kind of expects you to fight at least some enemies along the way. So you're basically just going to be about even with Ferris's level and experience numbers. Welcome as well, Nighty. Hope you're doing well today. I specifically select the bottom enemy here, because when you select an enemy, then that enemy dies after you selected it. Your character will attack a random target in this version. In other versions, it will just always attack the earliest enemy, or like the closest one. But in this version, it's just entirely random targeting, so I specifically needed to have Butts and Gallop target the same enemy. We're back to the advanced version, indeed. This is pretty comfy. Now everything feels way too fast. No, this is back to normal. Sweet, sweet normalcy. Except for the cutscenes, where it's gonna be very laggy in some cases. Anyways, I think we reached level 3 on Butts, so he should be about equal with Ferris now. And the other two are probably not lagging too far behind. Well, exactly 6 goblin kills I suppose, because that's how many Butts defeats at the beginning of the game. Also, this is run number 6. So I guess if we begin the first run with Butts in the lead, then Lena, then Ferris, then Gallop, and it will be Butts again, I guess, so we are back to Lena, I suppose. Or if somebody has a strong opinion to put Ferris or Gallop in the lead, you can tell me as well. There is functionally no real difference, for the most part, to have any character in any position. It's just for cosmetic choices. And I do like to vary it up by runs. You always put Ferris in the front, you like her. An excellent choice. Ferris used to be my default person to put in the lead. Because I agree, she's great. But nowadays I feel more like I'm an old man. And I tend to put Gallop in the lead instead. I wonder if somebody ever made a ROM hack for the Game Boy Advance version here to allow you to move diagonal. I realized that for a lot of people that have played this version or the Super Nintendo fan translation in particular for a long time, moving diagonal is just such a weird concept. Because, you know, everything is just grid-based. You move from tile to tile. Hey Lithie, thank you for the good luck and welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. A mod as well as candy. Okay. Well, I hope it gets even better somehow. That would be nice. Alrighty, welcome to the ship driving potion. If you tell this guy yes, it's very, very slightly slower than instead of just pressing B, because he has to move over and Ferris moves over for him to take her place. But the ship movement and then unloading afterwards is about the same speed anyways. Anyways, we have a full team assembled. Let's put Lena in the lead as my second round of the 5 characters, if you will. And we're gonna just move up and run through the wind shrine. So, Ferris here comes with a dagger equipped from the beginning of the game, and the dagger is a really good weapon. Plus, very soon, the dagger is the only weapon we can use to begin with, because, well, we're gonna be thieves. Now notably, Ferris has the highest initial speed. She gets basically, from whatever job she has, +3 agility. Lena gets +2, Buds gets +1, and Gallup gets +0. So for the most part, that's kind of the order you will see the characters move in. Ferris, then Lena, then Buds, then Gallup. However, there's a little bit of variance as to how quickly your characters tend to move. So it is possible for Buds to go before Lena, or Lena go before Ferris, depending on how the little bit of variance for the speed works out per combat. Also, we finally get another weapon that Gallup now can use as well. And this is our tutorial boss. This is the Wing Raptor. So depending on how the numbers shake out for speed order, Buds sometimes goes before the Wing Raptor and sometimes he goes after. In this case he goes after, which means if we get low rolls on our damage rolls, we actually are not going to be able to defeat the Wing Raptor before it gets its third turn. Because it always takes 2 actions and then it closes its wings, where it takes 0 damage from our current weapons. But we got good enough damage rolls, so it's not an issue, so we just defeated him. He has 250 HP. And with this, we are already at the top of the Wind Shrine, where we can claim our first job. If you want to be cheeky, thieves don't actually have a good way of leveling up early, so you could theoretically just stay as a freelancer for a little while longer, level up to level 5, 6, whatever you fancy, and then go and change it to thieves. Because again, we have 2 broadswords, 1 dagger and 1 knife as a weapon. Thieves cannot equip the swords, so we will just be stuck with 1 knife, 1 dagger, and then just 2 guys punching, I guess. It's gonna be slightly inefficient, but that's okay. The advantage of changing early anyways is you start learning their job abilities. Because as a freelancer, we don't have any job abilities at all. The main draw of a freelancer is that they inherit the stats of any job that you master in this game, and you can also switch between any of the jobs you currently have at any point you want. You just open the menu and switch them around if you'd like to. The freelancer also can equip literally every piece of equipment, so it's actually a decently powerful class in its own right, even without any abilities, because being able to equip various pieces of equipment is very powerful. Thief, on the other hand, is one of the weaker job classes. It has very middling strength, however the highest agility of any character in the game. And its main feature to steal items from enemies is extremely handy, however, because, well, there are a bunch of useful items throughout the game that if you know where to get them, you can get plenty of resources very easily thanks to the thief. But with that Typhoon run, we always run the risk that if Thief and or White Mage are only 2 damage classes before Biblos, then we might run into some trouble. But we'll see. Anyways, we acquired the first 6 jobs, which is what the full Job Fiesta is all about. Now, one of that jobs has been rolled for us, which is Thief. And as soon as we have a job available, everybody needs to turn into that job. And then every crystal we unlock and get more jobs from, we roll another job, and, well, randomly we're gonna have one of them available as well. So in this case, everybody is gonna be a thief. Everybody has really high agility, and a lot of people just don't have any weapons anymore. In this case, Butts does have a knife, but we're gonna give this over to Lena, because once again she's just faster. Most of the time anyways. So she's usually gonna go before the others. And Ferris, with her innate dagger, well, that is our best weapon by a long stretch, let's put it that way. Anyways, we could also double dash, so if I hold down the B button, you'll run, and if you activate the automatic dash in the options menu in the Game Advanced version, you actually get a double speed dash, which is nice and speedy. You also can see one of the passive abilities of a thief. It allows you to see passages in order to get hidden treasures or launch the shortcuts or stuff like that. Aren't you guaranteed to have 3 classes you can use before Babelos with Typhoon? Well, I'm guaranteed to get a White Mage. I'm guaranteed to have something other at the Water Crystal, yes, which could be White Mage. However, the next thing afterwards, because the Fire Crystal is split into 2 halves, before and after Library. Hey, Elixir, that's a rare drop from these Moldwind enemies. It is entirely possible that we do not in fact have another job class available until after the library, because it could be like a bard or a ranger, which you only get on Pleasant Island. Does the double dash affect encounter rates at all? No, it is literally just how fast you move, which means basically you get into encounters more quickly because you move across tiles faster. Each individual encounter you get is just based on how many times you move, so to speak. So if I just walk 1 tile at a time, it's gonna be exact same distance as if I were to just dash or double dash for that matter in order to go faster. So the encounter rate is the exact same regardless. This is not Tales of Fantasia for the Super Nintendo. Leather shoes, that's a rare drop from the goblins, they give +1 defense and magic defense as an accessory, which is handy. Also, we have now level 5 on Butts and Lena, and that's good enough for me. So let's go and leave. If you go over here early, one of the NPCs gives you 5 potions for free, which is kinda nice. The reason why I healed there, by the way, is because Ferris is not gonna get a heal in the cutscene coming up. Everybody else does, just Ferris wouldn't get the heal, so we just do that first. Alrighty. Grog. And you know what? Let's go and visit the pub as well for a second here. Because if we show these ladies that we have a very fun little spinny chair that we can sit on, they also wanna sit on the spinny chair. And conveniently enough, that means the stage is then subsequently empty for us to go and play some piano. We are not good at playing the piano at all, but that's kind of the point, you know? You only get better if you practice. Piano skills leveled up, and piano flex. Or jumping jacks, I guess, in Lena's case. Then, this is the beginner's house. We are just beginning adventure, so yes, we are beginners. And we get some extra items out of here for our convenience. Piano flex. It's a very upside down piano flex. Right. Also, I need to just remembered, I do want to buy leather helmets for everybody. We did buy 1 extra, or we did get 1 extra in one of the chests, but everybody needs to have a leather helmet. Don't forget about me. Oh, we have 2 already. Okay, that's fine. And the reason why that's relevant is actually not even necessarily the next boss, funnily enough. It's actually mostly because of the boss Well, 4 bosses from now or something like that. Galura. Because we're not gonna get a better helmet than this for a while. Or at least not another one. But yeah, the concept of running in the overworld, increasing your encounter rate, I actually hadn't thought about that until, well, since a long while, because Tales of Fantasia does that, where there are running shoes in that game too, as an accessory, kind of like Final Fantasy VI has them. But if you do, in fact, use the run ability, your progress towards the next enemy encounter is doubled, which is really silly in my opinion. Because at least casually, there's largely just no reason to run then for the most part if you are trying to get through the dungeon. Like walking is just strictly better in a lot of cases because you probably don't even know where to go, especially in some of the larger dungeons. Hello, welcome to Humberto Montes. Good morning, I hope you are doing well. Or doing well you do. I don't know how to Yoda speak, unfortunately. Still, I hope you have a nice day. Or was it a nice day you have? Hope. Good morning to you as well, Katsiel, or Katsi, Katsiel. Katsiel? Feel free to correct me if you'd like to. Anyways, good morning, hope you're doing well. Katsei. Katsei. Oh, you don't pronounce the L then? Alright, Katsei. Katsei. I'll try to remember that. My memory is terrible, so if I mess it up again, it's not intentional, I'm just a dingus. Zoom. Right, so here what we're gonna do is we sell the ether as well as the broadswords and the stuff that we can't use anyways. We also can't use the leather shield unfortunately, but the ether sells for 750 gold, which is very nice because this allows us to just buy a ton of potions. Very convenient. Potions are our only way to heal right now. They don't heal a whole lot, like it's 50 HP, 5-0, which even at the beginning of the game is not great. But, well, unless we go out of our way and farm a bunch of elixirs in the Wind Shrine, there's not really any other options we have. It doesn't bother you, that's good to know, thank you. Let me actually try something real quick. Where's my pink.net? There it is. I wanna see if I can... just a moment. Save this. I'm curious if I can adjust the layout. Do that. think on the options it was. Display options. Alright, maybe this works. There we go. Doesn't look that great, does it? I guess I prefer it this way because the crystals behind the cactus looks a bit weird. Yeah, I think I like this one better, instead of having the weird crystals. I did, however, kind of like the borders around them, so probably would be wise to figure out how to do that sometime. That's alright. Alright. Let us move and poke a big red lobster until it gives up, shall we? Also, I probably should save some time. It's very unlikely I'm gonna die, but you know, it's always a distinct possibility that you just, I don't know, need to go up and get another coffee because you just really need more coffee. In the middle of a boss fight, of course. Alrighty, we are in the canal, and we're just gonna run away. We don't really have any reason to fight most of these enemies. They don't drop anything interesting, they don't get that much experience. We don't even have a particularly good way of battling them to begin with. Plus, we don't really need any more levels, because two of our characters will mostly not be able to do much of damage at all because they don't have weapons. Anyways. Next up, we will have a whirlpool. And our Hydra is going to push us out of the whirlpool. Well, after we defeat the big red lobster in the middle. Excuse me, Silver. For some reason, the PlayStation version calls this one Hydra. Anyways, so Ferris and Lena have, I think, the daggers. Oh wait, they don't. It's Butts that has the dagger. Anyways, this car boss, 650 HP. Also punching has an 8% chance to critically hit, which is nice. And in the first turn, he has a 2 in 3 chance to do a regular physical attack, or physical attack that also paralyzes, or just a regular physical attack that does nothing else. Then the next 2 turns, he has a 1 in 3 chance to use Tailspin, putting a character into critical HP, meaning they have 9 HP remaining or less. But as long as you still have some other characters available that can just heal up, it's not exactly an issue. And then, once again, 1 in 3 chance for him to do the same thing again. I can just hold down the A button for Lena to use a potion herself. And basically we're just hoping that he doesn't paralyze Butts, or especially not Ferris, because those are our 2 best damage dealers here. And he hit Ferris again. That is so rude. What you gonna do about it? Nothing. We're mostly going to use Gallup's as well as Lena's turns to heal whenever we need any healing. And paralysis in this case lasts for about 2.5 of our character's turns. Slightly more than 1 turn at least. Tailscrew, putting her into critical HP, but that's okay because this is the nice thing about thieves. They're really fast. So consequently, Lena here is way faster than Caraboss and will consistently be able to heal up the characters that take any damage. In fact, we just win here anyways. And we learned to see passages as a thief. This is an innate passive anyways, so the only reason why you would want to equip see passages is if you don't have a thief in your party and you still want to see passages. That's just kind of how job abilities work, but you can only attach one singular job ability to another job class anyways, unless you choose freelancer, then you can pick two. So for our purposes here, there's only two abilities that we are interested in getting from the thief specifically in order to use in the future. One of them is a steal attack, basically you attack and steal at the same time, I guess. And the other one is going to be, what's it called? Flee, just running away. Escape or scram. Again, depends on the translation. The S does not stand for Sildra. No Sildra grunt? That would be a great grunt though. Welcome as well, S grunt. Hope you're doing well. How about sticky? Sticky grunt. Nope. Okay, that's my guess for today. I'm eventually gonna run out of S words. Chances are actually high, I'm just gonna repeat some guesses by accident. Anyways, welcome to the ship graveyard. In here we're gonna find a lot of undead enemies, and notably, Lena and Galuf, without having any weapons, I'm not really going to punch these skeletons, because we can do something much more efficient. This is a flail chest. It contains a flail. Anyways, what we can do now is we can throw potions at enemies. So, potions heal for 50 HP. But also undead enemies take damage from healing, so we can just easily knock out two of them by tossing some of our potions. Yet another reason for us to go ahead and buy more potions. I was actually considering selling a phoenix down so I would be able to pick up even more potions, but oh well. These skeletons in particular have a rare drop chance for a dagger, which would be great to have since, well, it would allow more of our characters to actually deal damage instead of having to throw potions. Also, by the way, I just queued up using a potion with Galuf there. I should not have done that because this still uses up the potion as if he used it. Even though the battle just ended there. Alrighty, some bunch of dudes. So we also have these Kalkrothal enemies. I like to call them waveform. These have a 1 in 16 chance for a elixir. Also I forgot to check what how this drop state rate stuff even works. But it's close enough. We also got a preemptive strike this encounter. I believe that's a 2 in 16 chance. You could say, why don't you just say 1 in 8? That's the same chance, isn't it? Yes, it is. But the reason why that's relevant is it's 1 in 16 to get a back attack from enemies, and it is 3 in 16 for you to get a preemptive strike if you have a ninja in your team, because they have a passive ability to increase your odds for that. Maybe I should give Lena the dagger instead of Butts. She probably leveled up to level 5 by now, right? That's fine. Oh, there we go, we got another dagger. Excellent. So we give this over to Lena, move her to the front row, and she's gonna deal more damage than throwing potion, but yeah. Very convenient to have those items drop for us. The odds are pretty good when you just keep knocking on skeletons like we do, that you get at least one dagger. But sometimes you just don't get any, and that's okay. You don't really need them, it's just convenient to have more. Also, these enemies, kinda like the ones before. Oh, Gallop goes before, that was weird. Anyways, these enemies here, undead husks. They also have a 1 in 16 drop rate for an elixir. But yeah, basically, it's a 1 in 4 chance for our character order to be slightly scrambled per combination, because actually, it might be 1 in 9. Because specifically, Butts needs to get a -1 to his combat speed stat, and Gallop needs to get a +1 specifically in order for their order to switch like that. Let me actually check something real quick. Can I find... Where is it? BG Helper... Oh. I was trying to see whether I could find the original picture in there somewhere for the backgrounds and put the boxes around the characters again. Because I kind of like there to be boxes around the character jobs. But that should be something I should do before or after the stream. Every time the game fades to black like that, my brain just goes to meanwhile. But that is not true here. Bonk. How does one fall out of bed like that? That is fascinating. Because if you think about it, he didn't fall down. He fell like across an entire tile. Anyways. Level 6 on everybody. I think that's actually good enough, isn't it? I believe that's the level I'm looking for Medusa, was it? I'm actually really not sure. You know what, we're gonna try and see if we can get another dagger right here. I'm actually not gonna attack with Gallop because 3 attacks with our characters will just knock out 3 skeletons over the course of 2 turns. And because we got a preemptive strike, we did not need to invest extra elixirs for it. Let's actually not pick up this map here, because I just want to demonstrate that you can get this thing later in the Steam ship. Apparently that's the only place you can get it later. Also once again, 3 attacks from our cactus knocks out 1 undead tasks in this case. So we don't need Gallop to do anything. And ideally, this is exactly what happens, because Gallop is in the back row, he takes half damage from physical attacks. He also deals half damage with physical attacks, but also he was defending, so he takes half of half, if you will, because defending also halves the damage you take. Map, but I'm useful, yes. I will pick up the map, don't worry. I get lost way too often to not pick up the map. I just want to show you that there's another map later. Alright. In this case, we're gonna have Gallop help out a little bit too. Alrighty, and then we want to make sure that everybody is absolutely full HP because upcoming is another boss just now. And the amount of HP we have is just about good enough to survive 2 physical attacks in the second form. But we need to be at absolutely maximum HP in order for that to be the thing. Well, I guess depends on the character, because I forgot to equip the leather helmets, didn't I? Oops. XF is definitely the kind of villain that would get a good meanwhile scene. That's fair. Also, I'm getting better at reading chat in time. That was only 3 minutes ago. Oh my goodness. Alrighty. So this boss here is going to be Siren. And she's not that difficult if you know what you're doing. But she's the first enemy that uses a wide range of different potential attacks to throw at your characters, so she can be mildly dangerous. Alrighty, after everybody took a beauty nap, let's get to Siren. She has 900 HP and it's initially going to cast 3 spells. And she has 0 physical defense right now, but that will soon change. Slow. That is the perfect slow target, thank you very much. Slow is the most debilitating debuff in the entire game. The only way to get rid of it is to either cast haste or let the character go down and then revive them. Libra shows you the character's levels and HP. It does absolutely nothing if the boss uses it against us, so this is effectively a free turn for us, which is very convenient. I could punch with Gallop, but it's just not really worth it. And then Thunder, that's just a basic level elemental spell, so to speak. So you have one more round of attacks, and then she's gonna turn into an undead form. So in her undead form, she hits like a truck. She does like way too much damage with her physical attacks, but Gallop in the back row will take half damage, but everybody else in the front row, since they haven't taken any damage right now, they should survive 1 hit. We just hope that she doesn't hit the same character twice. Anyway, she's also undead in this form, which means throwing potions actually deals damage, whereas in the previous form it didn't. You could move your thieves into the back row here, but for the most part, because of how the damage distribution shook up in this scenario, it's actually quite alright for me to just keep throwing potions. Like Gallop could go down here, but she only has 900 HP. And we learned the ability to flee. Depending on whether you defeat her in her undead form or the humanoid form, you can either get a bronze shield for the undead form and a bronze armor in her humanoid form. And well, this concludes our little talk here. By the way, oops, I forgot to press the correct buttons. One thing I haven't mentioned yet, but one of the passive abilities from a thief is that you can never get into a back attack. You might be wondering, wait, 1 in 16 chance for a back attack, but we've gotten into way more than 16 encounters by now. Did you just get lucky? It's possible to just get lucky to not get into back attacks, but if you're thieves, it's guaranteed you never get any, which is just so nice. Like, it is amazing that we don't have to worry about that ever. Anyways, piano. It's actually kind of impressive to play the piano exactly like that when you're trying to just do a ladder up and down. Like, that's kind of strange. Anyways, we get money in the back of the pub, and here we can buy daggers. You know, significantly better equipment pieces than we had before. Also, I don't think we... How much damage do we need to deal? We need to deal over 300 damage into... No, this is fine. I was thinking maybe we need more levels, but it's okay. This pot has an antidote in it, in case we get poisoned. This has a frost rod in it, in case, well, I wanna either sell it for a bit of money, or could also be otherwise useful. Oh yeah, piano flat. Time to steal all the things. Soon. Oops, I pressed the wrong buttons again. Trying to run here. By the way, we also did learn the next thief ability, which is Flee. Flee is very nice because it guarantees you are able to run away from combat. For now, all of these encounters, we're guaranteed getting to run away anyways, so it's not necessary for us to equip it. The chest on the left over there contains a gold needle, which is a curative item to heal petrification. But we're not gonna get petrified anytime soon, unless for some reason I give the cockatrice birds in this area here a few turns to do stuff. So I'm not gonna worry about it. Kinda curious that we haven't run into one headstone. There's a headstone enemy in these areas here. By the way, if you step on the flower, your party gets poisoned. There's a headstone type enemy in these areas here, where if you steal from them, the common steal are glasses or spectacles. I don't remember the translation of this version. But basically, they give you 1 defense and immunity to the blind status effect. It's basically better leather shoes, if you will. So, we're gonna save here, and I guess we hope for the best. Let's equip everybody with the leather cap before I forget about it, because that could matter coming up. And let's see how this is gonna go. Hey there, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, and this is our next boss immediately after. I don't remember if I was supposed to level up to 7 or 8 or something like that, or if this is sufficient. Anyways, we want to count damage against this boss. Silver Specks, you believe, is what they're called in the game advanced version. Thank you, Matthias. Sunglasses. Oh, that doesn't even show up on the chat widget on the right side. There's like a rabbit with sunglasses on Twitch side. Alrighty. This is Magisa. She has 650 HP, which is less than previous bosses. 48 plus 68, what's that? That's 116. Plus another 68 is 124, 184, and another 68, 192, 252. First turn she always uses a spell like that. 252. So I think one more attack with Ferris is fine. But I'm not sure, so I'm gonna give her a knight first. Yeah, this should be fine. So basically, wait, no. One more attack now is fine. Yeah, okay. This should be alright. So, basically, she has 650 HP. Once she drops below 300 HP remaining, she's going to call forth her husband, Urza. And that is a monster that we right now don't really have the means to defeat. Hero spellcast, that's fine. So we're gonna wait here until everybody gets their turn, except for maybe Gallup, but it should be fine. So, then, equip the dagger again. I equipped the knife specifically here because I wanted to make sure I didn't deal too much damage to her. Then we wait for her next turn here, and then immediately attack right after, because our thieves are faster than Magisa, which means if we attack right after she goes, we're gonna get double turn. Every one of our characters is gonna be able to attack twice before she gets another turn, and because she summons her husband Forza when she gets her own turn in this version of the game, we can just knock her out before she can summon in reinforcements. This does not work on the Pix remaster because for some reason they programmed the reinforcement from Forza as a counterattack. So that means as soon as she drops below 300 HP, she's gonna summon him immediately. So you need to knock her out from above 300 HP remaining to 0 in one hit. And the only reasonably available way to do that this early in the game is to just break the frost rods that we got earlier. It's a Frankerface emote attached to your channel. Yes, and I see it, don't worry. I just didn't... I just noticed that it was not showing up on the chat widget on stream, so to speak. Anyways, Lena gets cured from her poison after walking through even more poison flowers because the hero can just unpoison her. Very friendly. Wiggle. The rabbit fish. It's a great one. Alrighty, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna equip Flee on everybody now. So Flee, once again, is the guaranteed ability to run away if he's selected in combat, which is gonna be relevant in the very near future here. We didn't need it until now, but soon it's gonna be coming in very handy. Alrighty, in here, so we didn't get to steal any silver specs, we're gonna just go and steal it from this guy instead. Also, rip it. There's no reason to adopt the frog, but I like doing it. Then, we actually can't buy any new weapons, but we can buy armor. Everybody gets a Kenpo G. This also gives +1 strength, which I think makes a slight difference specifically for Lena for the most part, where she's gonna get additional attack multiplier slightly early. B+ vigilance equals easy walls, castle, basement. Indeed, we're gonna go there immediately. So, with thieves in out here, we're guaranteed to not get back attacks. These enemies down here would normally guaranteed get a back attack on you every single time. However, because we still prevent back attacks thanks to the thief ability, the jackanapes here are never gonna be able to get us. Plus, these enemies here in particular have really high runaway resistance, so normally running away from them is very unlikely. Possible, but very unlikely. Also, these guys have 666 HP, really high physical and magical defense, so even if we wanted to fight them, we probably couldn't even damage them right now. But even if we could, these guys absolutely love to just turn your entire party into berserkers if they take any damage at all, by using the moon flute on your entire party. Bill Fury, thank you kindly for 70 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Not worth trying to steal the elixir once or twice before running. I actually forgot they had an elixir as a steal. I mean, as long as you run away with the last thief, I think you're good to just try it anyways, because I'm pretty sure even Gallup as a thief should be faster than Jack and Nate. I could be wrong, because I don't remember. Anyways, we're gonna get plenty of elixirs very soon anyways, because we have thieves. And there's a certain place where we get a lot of elixirs thanks to having thieves. Way more than, well, you might think. Anyways, onwards to the next place. You know what, actually before I go, I need more potions. Because it was smooth sailing against the bosses until now, but the next one is going to be a bit more of a challenge. And we will want to have as much healing as we could possibly get. Keeping the whip here. But we sell flail. And we just buy potions. So we now have 99 potions. That's the maximum you can have of any item in your inventory. Normally anyways. Unless you do some speedrun shenanigans. Then we are in the water tower of walls. And in here we're looking for wyverns. These guys. So when we try to steal, we have a 40% chance to successfully steal. And the common steal from these wyverns happens to be a mithril knife. Which is very handy, because a mithril knife is dramatically stronger than any other weapon we could have at this point in the game. So this being a common steal from the wyvern is quite nice for us. There's also a rare steal for a mithril sword from some of these soldier enemies in here, but the rare steals are in fact quite rare. So couldn't steal. It's only 40% chance for it to successfully steal, so it makes sense. Alright, 2 mithril knives. Excellent. Getting lucky here. Steal or grab a maintenance kiss too. This is an item that heals. Come on, steal please. I didn't get it, it's okay. Maintenance kiss is an item that heals the frog status. I don't plan on battling any enemies that can turn us into frogs, but I guess I usually just pick it up anyways. So I think this is the room where we often have like 2 different wyverns to steal from potentially. Steal, alrighty, that's 3 mithril knives. And 4. Alrighty, everybody can now get mithril knives. And this is also where we're gonna battle enemies too. Because it just so happens, also Ferris gets the elemental, I'm gonna talk about in a second. It just so happens that wyverns, for some reason, give about twice the amount of experience compared to almost any other enemy in this area here to begin with. I'm not battling toads. Not really worth my time. There we go, attack. And the metal knives are now going to deal a substantially better amount of damage compared to the previous ones. You also notice that Lena and Gallup and Butts deal substantially more damage than Ferris. That's because dagger attack damage, or damage in general, is just a bit strange. We also level up. We're gonna grab a bunch of levels here. The dagger damage is a little bit weird because the way damage in general works is you have an attack power of your weapon usually, and then for most weapons your attack multiplier is then multiplied with the power. So you can now see Lena, Ferris and Butts also now deal way less damage than they did before. And that's because daggers have that weird curve where sometimes you do get a +1 to your attack multiplier, and other times, well, you just don't. And it's based on your agility level. Based on your agility and your level. Generally speaking, it's considered or called the agility bug, because it very much feels like the damage formula from the dagger is just bugged. However, we have reasonable confidence to believe that while the damage from the daggers is actually bugged, this is the daggers were properly balanced around that agility bug existing to begin with, so they are still probably the best weapon class in the game anyways. What level are your characters supposed to be in this area? I don't know what they're supposed to be, but a bit higher than what we are. But yeah, basically we're gonna level up until Ferris hits the threshold where she gets +1 to her attack multiplier from strength and +1 to her attack multiplier from agility as well. So effectively regaining the lost agility multiplier and gaining the extra damage from having leveled up, and your strength giving you +1 to your agility multiplier, or to your damage multiplier. My goodness, mixing of words here. Good morning. I hope you enjoy your lurking. We always like to be around level 9 in this area. Yes, I think 9 is our objective here, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds about right. We're currently level 8, so one more level. And with Thieves, 9 feels correct. Away. So, we went into the castle basement earlier against the sketchy jackanapes, and we got a bunch of money out of it, a speed song, which is a very weird time magic spell, and we got the Elven Mantle out of it as well. The Elven Mantle is an accessory that gives you +1 agility, +1 magic power, and a 1 in 3 chance to dodge any physical attack received. We give this to Ferris because she just happens to get the extra damage from the agility multiplier sooner compared to the other characters, because, well, she has the highest baseline agility. So right now everybody just does not currently get the additional attack multiplier from agility, but soon enough, after a few more levels, everybody would regain it, and I think Ferris in particular regains it like 1 level early compared to the other characters if you give her... Oh, actually, I think in general she just regains it early. Anyways, level 9, that's good enough. Let's move on. Over here we're also grabbing this chest. This contains a silver armlet. It's an accessory that basically just gives 2 defense. There's some nobodies right there. And let's make sure everybody has an accessory. Everybody does indeed. So, notably, if we didn't get the... Like, everybody should have +1 defense here, because each individual point of defense is going to be relevant against the boss coming up. Early on, 1 point of defense actually can make quite a bit of a difference, especially against this boss right here. This is Galura, or Garula, depending on translation. This thing has 1200 HP, and right now, all it ever does is just do a physical attack. That's it. Actually did not need to move my characters into the back row. You're supposed to stay in the front, but that's okay. Anyways, once it drops below 800 HP remaining, also, or after we deal 400 damage to it, I guess, it will start counterattacking twice per turn. So this means we're gonna take a tremendous amount of damage, potentially, if we get hit. And... oh, that was close. If we get hit by the rush attack right there, we also lose additional health from the HP leak status or HP sap status on top of that. So I didn't realize he was already past that point in his HP. So we're gonna heal one more time. And what we wanna do, we actually wanna optimize here. We're gonna defend on everybody. So we're in the back row and defending, so we take quarter damage with these characters in the back row. And this means we have to heal substantially less than we otherwise would have if the characters in the back row take the hits. So we are actually saving a lot of time by specifically waiting with attacking a Ferris. And we just hope she doesn't get targeted twice, that's just bad luck. But everybody is just defending in the back row specifically, so we take a quarter damage, which means we have to spend substantially less turns healing up our characters afterwards. So yeah, this is why Ferris has the elemental. She effectively gets a 1 in 3 chance to just dodge the physical attacks in the front, because of course she takes the full damage from it being in the front row. So it's just taking a little bit of time to heal up. Then we do one round of defending. So everybody in the back row once again takes only quarter damage, which is more time efficient, fun enough, than actually attacking immediately. Unless it just happens to be Ferris getting hit every time, but it's a 1 in 4 chance for him to hit her. And by the way, he doesn't always counterattack twice, he has a 1 in 3 chance in one of his turns to just skip one of the 2 attacks. Kinda like that. So it's kinda nice when that happens. But with a little bit of perseverance, we're gonna get through this one soon enough. By the way, white mages can use a very similar strategy. Defend it for everybody and then attack, because you're saving yourself so much healing time by actually defending before you attack and take the counter attacks. It's like 1 or 2 more hits in order to win here. Oh, oh, good luck, don't get hit, Ferris. Oh, too bad. You predict white mage? Well, it's a possibility. It's a typhoon run, so that means any of the currently lump jobs will be a possibility. I'm gonna wait with Gallup here, because Galore is gonna get a turn soon. And I picked up Ferris earlier with Gallup there. Galore could have just knocked her straight back down again before I get the heal in. So it just made more sense to wait briefly. Right. I think I could have potentially attacked with Ferris, because I suspect he is almost down here. The boss that is, but I didn't keep track of damage, so yep, I wasn't sure. He always drops a high potion, which is great because it does heal for 500 HP. It's effectively full heal at this point in the game. Alrighty, so there are a grand total of, I think, 10 job classes that we could potentially roll. Any of the water jobs and any of the wind jobs that we don't already have are in the running. So monk, knight, blue mage, white mage, red mage, summoner, berserker, mystic knight, and probably something else I'm forgetting. Hey Richtershade, welcome! Hope you're doing well today. So yeah, which one is it gonna be? We're gonna get the water drops here. This one is Time Mage. Oh yeah, Time Mage, I forgot Time Mage. Time Mage is a great one. Mystic Knight. Berserker. Red Mage. Summoner. Without a shadow of a doubt, the strongest one of these classes to pick up is the Summoner. Close behind it is Time Mage, because its buffs and debuffs are insanely powerful. Some would argue that the Time Mage is actually stronger than a Summoner, which is a fair assessment. At least it's not as MP hungry. Other classes, you know, a bit more of a challenge sometimes. You're hoping Red Mage. Red Mage needs some limelight. Yeah, we've actually just kind of kept rolling the same classes over and over for most of the runs, so it would be nice to get a bit of a variety here, I would say. Sildra is putting everybody in the food box. Yep, and then spits them right back out at the beach for a nice and early vacation or something. If you shine a green light on the Red Mage, they'll look black. That's just how light works. Is it? Goodbye, Sildra. Until next time, and thank you. Green and red are complementary colors, so they cancel each other out. Yeah, I've never been good at the color theory thing, to be honest. Anyways, what's our job going to be? Let's roll. Unlock water job. And it is... I mean, it's strong. But I really would like to have some variety. We already had some in our game. Well, Summoner is strong at least, if nothing else. We got Summoner. Summoner is really strong, and any worries about the run being challenging are just gone after we get Summoner. We also can actually briefly go into this town here and pick up a bunch of summon spells. They are down here. Chocobo is useful. Sylph is like a bit of wind damage and heals your party. I don't know when that's ever useful, but it's an option, I guess. Remora is single target trying to paralyze an enemy. It doesn't deal damage, but it is a very interesting kind of spell. Also, there's another summon in that castle over there that we're gonna pick up, but we're gonna take a detour before we do that. Alright, I actually need to have at least one summoner and one thief in a party at any given point, because those are the rules. So I think I'm gonna turn everybody into summoner, except for one character. I guess it's just gonna be fairies as a thief. So yeah, summoner. Basically, it's a very mana-hungry or MP-hungry offensive spellcaster that gets their spells by defeating various creatures around the world for various elements. Being able to buy summon spells just now is kind of the exception rather than the rule. You've seen Remora used? Yes. The main use for it... Actually, it's a stop spell rather than paralyze. I think it might be stop instead of paralysis. I never remember this. Anyways, we can use it against Titan to cancel out the counterattack. Magic Knight should be able to use Might Magic as well with their weapons and stab their friends to heal them. That would be amazing, I love that idea. Plus, they can already use White Magic. They have Mute Blade as well as Holy Blade later in the game. What are the hardest classes do your Job Fiesta run with? Generally, I think the consensus we reached, if you want to just have like a standard Job Fiesta, where you have like one of each of the job classes. One of each of the crystals. We, I think, said Monk for Wind Crystal. What else was it? Monk for Wind Crystal. I think Berserker for Water. Geomancer for Fire, and Raccoon for Earth Crystal. That generally is like the least strong combination of jobs, They still have some synergies going around with them. Just not particularly much. It's still a very doable kind of selection of jobs. Alrighty, next up, we want to go and buy some things. We're gonna buy 1 flame rod. Five job rejects. Play the classes that I've seen the least this year would be fun. Well, I mean, the funny thing is, even though I had already Summoner, I already had Thieves, and I had plenty of Dancers too. Those might still be the least jobs this year for like most people in general, because it is random. You're doing a standard run, you got Monk, Magic Knight, Ranger, Chemist, so you're glad you finally got a healing class. Chemist is nice as a support, I agree. It's also incredibly powerful if you want to go the distance and farm the things with it. But it's also just the passive where you heal for double with your consumable items is very, very nice. Chemist is so strong you can ban mix and still easily beat the game. Drink is still fantastic. Yes, that's a very fair point. Actually, you know what? If I get Chemist, we're gonna ban mix. Me. Well, I say that, but if it's my only way to defeat Omega and Shinryu, maybe we don't do that. Hey, hello, welcome to you, Roy. Hope you're doing well. You don't count the super bosses. I mean, that's fair. Still might be very doable. We do have Summoner, so we will be able to Berserk Shinryu and Earth Wall most of the damage away. Nah, Shinryu is pretty fair overall. Omega is a bit of a meanie. Shinryu is pretty doable, but Omega deserves every bit of nonsense you can throw at him. It's just that sometimes that involves pelting it with romance novels. Yes, I like that idea. He's just stunned by the books you give him to read. They are very enticing. And nobody gave Omega memory cells. You can keep using the same book over and over to just stun lock it forever. We're moving way too fast with FF5. It's kinda silly. Yeah, let's not throw those around. That's for late night hours. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and buy some more equipment. Specifically, we would like to unlock our first proper summon spell. And for that, we're gonna go ahead and buy a few extra flame rods. We could also just use the ice rods and explode it on somebody, but that's fine. We're gonna get a free ice rod in exchange anyways. Did I sell my ice rod earlier? I don't remember. Probably. Anyways, if you need money, these forests guaranteed have these wolf encounters in them. Wow, and they give a good chunk of money and decent experience for this point of the game too. It's just often when you arrive here, mithril daggers are not reliably enough damage to knock these guys out. It is for Ferris with her current damage output, but the other characters I think could roll a 92 or a 94 damage roll, which means the wolves would survive with just a sliver of health remaining, which is very unpleasant, because they have a special attack where they deal damage equal to their currently missing HP. Also, as you can see, the summoners are a fair bit slower than our team, as are most of the mage job classes. Mystic Knight being like the one outlier which has magic but is still weirdly fast. Also, as a reminder, please keep it family friendly. Probably should have mentioned that. Felt like it goes without saying, but at the same time, maybe it doesn't, because, you know, different channels, different behaviors, and some people might not necessarily know this one. Alrighty. We are backtracking right now, because there's actually one extra convenient thing over in the castle we didn't do yet. We could have tried to grab this thing after unlocking Summoner, but truth be told, wait, where's the exit? Is it in the basement? Truth be told, this is actually a mildly challenging encounter. Well, actually no, it's a decently challenging encounter if you go here at the first opportunity. But if we go here after we grab a few fire sticks from Karnak, we're gonna be much more well served. There's also these ice soldiers. These, by the way, are the enemies that have a mithril sword as a rare steal, if we wanted to go down that route. But there's a weird flame bubble thingy going on over there, and this indicates that this is a summon. One of the summoned creatures. Specifically, this one is gonna be Shiva. Also, yes, there's plenty of enemies around here. For some reason, the encounter rate in here is really high. With a thief, we however need to never worry about a back attack. Anyways, this is Shiva, apparently an ice goddess, and she comes with a bunch of minions. However, we got flame rods. So these flame rods, if you use them as an item in combat after equipping them, specifically you have to be able to equip them to break them like this, they cast Firaga eventually. When our character decides to actually, you know, cast a dang thing. I think he might actually have died before he gets to do it. Guys, why is Summer so slow? Well, thank you for surviving, Lena. Let's hope you survive another turn, because that's inconvenient. Single target? Okay, that's just really rude. Heal to full. Should get another turn before Shiva moves like the end right. Oh no, we don't. Did I save? I hope I saved. I probably didn't save. Yeah. All the way back here. Oh. That was before we did the grind too. It's like, I'm somebody who just compulsively saves. But apparently it didn't save this time. Time to roll the needs off. No, not yet. We need to still defeat Galura at the top of the tower. I'm somebody who just compulsively saves. But evidently, I didn't save this time. Oh dear. I figured, okay, it's fine, we can just steal from Shiva, no problem. But then she specifically just knocks out the characters that we were trying to use the items with. Like, It was target attacks. That was just super unlucky, I will say. Because if it wasn't single target against Lena earlier, she would have survived that too. It needed to be specifically single target attack, specifically on Lena. Guys, this is a common steal, come on. No! I haven't had enough coffee for this. These guys also need to specifically target the same guy twice with their attacks. But there's a reason why previously, before this happened, I ran away after the first 3 steal attempts with Gallop instead. Anyways, using a tent revives all characters with full HP, well, with up to 1000 HP, I guess. Alright, we need one more mythical knife. Murphy's Law having a field annual run. Does it though? Alright, I think everybody should have mythical knives now. Oh, we have 5. I did not need to steal one more. It's fine, we can sell it for a bit of money later. It's one of these things where I think Murphy's Law tends to be the concept of if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. But the reality of the situation feels often kind of the other way around, in my personal opinion. Because usually it needs to be a lot of things going wrong for stuff to turn out really bad. It just happens that all of these things going wrong need to all line up at the same time for stuff to really go bad. And consequently, that's also when you notice it, right? Let's say you play, I don't know, a tactics game. You might be consistently making some wrong decisions, but you don't notice it until an opponent can take advantage of it. And that often kind of gets lumped in with Murphy's Law, where, oh, I needed to make that mistake in order for my opponent to be able to win this game. Everything just went wrong this game. But it's more of a philosophical angle, I guess. Murphy's Law says anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Right. I'm just somebody who doesn't quite agree, I guess. The other day, you had not saved since before the big bridge and actually wiped in your first fundraiser grind fight after Ruger. Unfortunately, the Android PC autosaved as Ruger shot. Oh, that's nice. Like, I had plenty of opportunities to save beforehand, so this is all on me here. Sure, I got unlucky at Shiva, but it also wouldn't have been a big deal if I just saved before. That's just me being a dingus rather than anything else, really. It's kind of like, in a weird way, I guess how car accidents tend to happen. Usually car accidents tend to happen when multiple parties do things slightly wrong or slightly forget to pay attention at just the wrong time simultaneously. Because usually when one of the parties is paying attention, it turns out to be Just, I don't know, honk and continue type of deal. Maybe I'm reading too much into this. Anyways, let's make sure everybody has some equipment. You get the silver armlet, Ferris gets the elemental, and we're good to go. Actually, did I ever equip the Kenpo G's? I think I did in the previous run, but I just noticed. Okay, I did equip these. Very nice. Alrighty, so welcome back to Galdura. We battled this thing the exact same way as before. I was very confident to knock out Galdura, and I just forgot that Shiva could be dangerous like that. Because how often do I actually get to battle Shiva? I think last time we got a summoner, we got it in World 2, so I didn't even get an opportunity to try and go back to get to Shiva. Anyways, 85. Everybody gets to attack once. And then we move our characters into the back row afterwards, except for Ferris, of course. So they take half damage. And now we want to defend to take water damage. By the way, due to how rounding works, often when you reduce an enemy's damage output, it's actually less than half. Because effectively half the enemy's attack multiplier. But let's say they have an attack multiplier of don't attack. No. Brain, please. Let's say they have an attack multiplier of 7. Half of that would be 3.5, but it's rounded down always. So it ends up actually being more like 3, which is way less than half. Okay. I think we're gonna throw one potion with Ferris, and then we go attack again. Because again, if we just defend with 3 cactus in the back row, we have a high probability of reducing all of the counterattacks by a lot, which means consequently we have to spend a lot less turns healing with the especially weak healing from the potions that saves us a lot of time. And that is kind of ideal. If we can dodge the rush attack like this, because that rush attack deals just, you know, regular physical damage, and on top of that, afterwards it is a lot of extra damage through the HP sap status. The sap status is not nearly as dangerous in the Pixel Remaster version. In that version it's kind of negligible. However, in this version, the HP sap is very substantial. So we just barely survived that in the front row with Ferris. If we heal at least 2 times. It's like 100 extra damage from the character over a short period of time. It's a little bit more than 100, depending on how quick or slow you menu things. But generally speaking, I tend to consider it to be adding about 100 damage approximately. Give or take 20 or 30. Nice dodge, Ferris. Because 2 hits on her will knock her out. She does have a really good chance of not getting hit twice in a row, but, you know. Such is the luck of the draw sometimes. And I used Ferris' turn to heal up, so everybody else in the back row is gonna defend, and then we move on. Nice. We honestly have gotten really lucky here so far. Ferris has dodged a bunch of attacks, mitigating a ton of damage, and we haven't received a single HP sap status yet. And still not. I think it's like 2 or 3 more attacks with Ferris until we win here. Also, I guess I'm willing to attack here. Butts is not defending, but he will still survive 2 attacks. Oh, I was wrong. Alrighty, we're back here. The funny thing is, if I moved everybody into the back row with the summoners in the previous encounter, I think we might also have had enough HP to survive with the summoners too. That's another thing that went wrong. The summoners had no business staying in the front row when I encountered Shiva earlier. If I just thought about it a little bit beforehand, moving them into the back row, getting slightly luckier, or literally just saving before we go and battle Shiva would have gone a long way to save us, like what, 20 minutes? But oh well, that's alright. Time Mage, Berserker, Red Mage, and Summoner. And Summoner is what we got already. No secrets here. Well, I guess we get to say goodbye to Silver again. To do stuff in the background here while advancing the dialogue. Actually, I wonder. This should have background inputs, right? Goodbye, Sildra. Alrighty, once more, as soon as we have the other Job class available, we have to have at least one summoner and one thief represented in the party at any given point. In this case, because I value the summoner abilities a lot more than the thief ones, we have 3 summoners and 1 thief. I still will want to get at least one character to a high enough thief level to get to learn the muck command, but it's not that big of a priority right now. Because the muck command is only going to be relevant once we get a chicken there. Let me actually see. Configuration. Customize? I see. I need to connect my controller for this to work. Well, I guess I might as well switch to controller for convenience. Alrighty, config controllers. Then we do this real quick. Oh, it's not connected. Why not? Excuse me. Boom. Alrighty, now it should be connected. Let's see if it actually works. Ah. It does, alright. So let me switch this up real quick. Right. Now I can do stuff. Excellent. Without having to interrupt the cutscenes and such. Hey, Miss Speedy, thank you for the good luck. I definitely can use it, I guess. You do like how none of them have the same hair color in the portraits as they do in the game. Yeah, it's basically kind of that strange disconnect between the character concept art from Amano and the characters actually in-game models for what it's worth. That's just how it is. Alright. If we just gain a singular level here, I think we would also be perfectly fine. And my original intention, by the way, the reason I rushed to go back to get Shiva is because Shiva will be able to one-shot these wolf encounters and make the farming very, very easy for us. But well, we need to get Shiva in order to do that. But also, we need to not die to Shiva in order to get that, so there's that. These wolves have 96 HP by the way. So outside of Ferris right now, the other characters just don't have quite enough attack power to reliably one-shot them. But hey, it's still good experience, I guess. Let's get one more. And preemptive strike is nice. That way I don't need to worry about these guys retaliating with their revenge attack. Also, this time I didn't go back and buy a Remora, so I need to remember to do that when we go back. Alrighty. Flame Knot. We could go into the other shop and buy stuff that is more expensive, because right now the prices are quartered, but you can only buy exactly one item at a quarter price. Alright. Honestly, it's kind of comfy sitting here, just spacing out. And then we get to continue. In case you're curious, there is a cutscene remover mod for at least the Super Nintendo version of the game called Project Demi, which allows you to just speed through the game at a much faster pace. But I personally kind of actually really like these little intermissions where I just have time to lean back and relax and not worry about commentating all the dang things I do anyways. So it's kind of nice. Alrighty, as we're busting through the heavy doors, we can still interact with the fire. The character makes funny faces whenever we do. And we're back. So, we need at least 2 flame rods in order to defeat Shiva. I will guess actually we need only 2. I'm gonna buy 3 anyways. Before I buy anything else, let's go back and grab Shiva as well as the other summon spells that I forgot about. I could also grab 1 extra level along the way. I think it's gonna be this or the next encounter with the Wild Max in order to level up. Ooh, both characters landed the low damage roll, and there's 92 damage in return. Again, that's a revenge attack, effectively dealing damage equivalent to the wolf's missing HP. It's also blue magic, so it's an ability you can learn yourself. Alrighty, we are level 10. This should mean that we survive Shiva pretty reliably. Probably. Alrighty. Let's go and buy our basic summon spells. Except for Sylph, I think all of these basic summons, or the other 2 summon spells, do actually have niche use. Chocobo notably is good against a certain Archeo-Eris. Oh, it's not good, but better than going into the front row and stabbing with the dagger as a summoner. Welcome to you, FF5. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, let's make sure everybody's at full health. Move the guys into the back row. Actually including Ferris. There's no reason to have Ferris in the front row either. And let's see if we get to Flame Rod before. Lena specifically had a -1 to her speed stat in the previous encounter, and now she goes before the enemy, so she doesn't even get hit by them. And even Buds gets to move before Shiva, so I think both of them had a -1 to their speed stat. And we get the Ice Rod. See, this is kind of what I expected to have happened. I just forgot that it could also go the other way around. Anyways, we have Shiva now. Shiva is a decently strong ice elemental attack, and importantly for us, we do have Frost Rods. If we equip a Frost Rod, our ice elemental spells are gonna be boosted. And while certain enemy encounters are not necessarily weak to ice, except for the turtles I guess, it's still strong enough to one-shot or at least decimate a lot of enemy encounters very easily. Well, I guess decimate is the wrong word, isn't it? Because decimate is like reduce the number by 10%, which is not nearly as much as I want to describe it as. Actually, is that still how you use the word decimate nowadays, or is that a different interpretation? Because it's more like the origin of the word, isn't it? Anyways, we now have Shiva. The main downside of summoner spells tend to be that they are pretty costly in terms of MP, so Shiva costs 10 MP. We can cast that twice. Those are not the fastest animation. In fact, it is kind of slow to be honest. But these turtles are weak to it. And the Aegir enemies are, well, they don't have enough HP to withstand it either. The big zoo enemy, on the other hand, that thing has like 850 HP, so it's going to survive at least 2 of these, maybe 3. Actually, it's gonna be a survival here, isn't it? Because Gallop does not have the 50% boost from the Frost Rod. Oh no, it was just about enough. These zoos have a rare drop transferable elixir if you're looking to farm these for some reason. Anyways, our cactus don't have enough MP remaining to cast any more spells, so we need to go and buy a bunch of tents, as well as a 3rd Frost Rod. And then we're gonna do a config grinding session here, for money, for experience, for everything I guess. Alrighty, welcome to Karnak. So we buy another Frost Rod, and then we're gonna invest the rest of the money into tents. Like, we could just go into the city here and the rest at the inn for a full heal, because tents notably only recover 100 MP instead of it being a full heal. Like, it's 1000 HP and 100 MP, so soon enough our summoners will have more maximum MP than 100, so it's not gonna fill them up to full. But at least for now, using a tent outside is still gonna be easier, plus a lot faster than running into the city, watching this little cutscene happen every time. So let's give Gallop a Frost Rod as well, and then we move on. Rods are a really strange weapon, by the way, if you try to attack with them with physical attacks, because they have a damage range of like anywhere from 0 to 100% of their attack power. So often when you attack an enemy with a frost rod, you just deal 0 damage because its damage variance is so ridiculous. And it doesn't even have the benefit of the doubt that the axes have, where it is anywhere from 50% to 150%. No, it's literally from 0% to 100% of their base attack power is possible for their attack. I guess at least if you do attack with them, they deal the elemental damage respective to the rod, but oh well. Oops, I didn't mean to attack, it's fine. And we level up. We only gain 1 ability point from each one of these wolf encounters, and the experience is not that crazy here. But since our multi-target abilities are much better than single-target, it just tends to turn out to be really, really efficient here. Plus, having extra money is really never a bad thing with us. We don't need too many levels. I think just a few here. Let's say level 11 is more than plenty. Oh, we're already at 11. That's good enough, we can move on. As long as I can afford everything else I want. Because summoners really don't struggle. We're gonna buy 4 plume hats for defense purposes and 2 extra silk robes. Them already out of money. Silk robes, plume hats. Plume hats notably can be equipped even by medium and heavy equipment users for some reason, which effectively means that it's kind of like your best magic defense for a lot of characters for a while. Anyways, so we wanna have 3 flame rods, 3 frost rods, and 3 thunder rods. I can't buy the 3rd thunder rod right now. I guess we're likely gonna get another job anyway, so 2 of each is fine. Hey, Secret Watson. Typhoon is always fun. Yeah, I just like having jobs that I can immediately use instead of having to run around as freelancer until usually the fire job wrestle instead. Mithril glove and crew dust. You know, the implication of these enemies being called crew dust and the fire ship going out of control is kind of dark. But then again, that's part of Final Fantasy, isn't it? If you think about it that much. Who will? Alrighty. By the way, these poltergeist enemies have a common steal of a high push. That is effectively a good chance for us to just get a full heal item at this point of the game, because high potions are just really, really good. So I want to grab a bunch before the next boss. But there's actually going to be a room that always has at least one of these poltergeist enemies in every encounter set. So I'm not going to worry about getting that. Also, here's the map. If you didn't pick it up in the ship graveyard, you can get this one here. But apparently this is the last place where it appears. But you can always go back to the ship graveyard or the steamship in order to grab it later, I guess. Good morning, welcome to Decapent, hope you're doing well. Alrighty, this is the room, by the way, with a guaranteed encounter for a poltergeist. However, we don't want to farm this quite yet, because very soon our thief will have double the chance of stealing. In fact, I might actually want to have 2 thieves in the party for a little while, so let's turn Gallup into a thief. As more for a thing for after Liquid Flame, but it's not like we necessarily need a 3rd summoner for Liquid Flame. Gallup did already learn summon level 1, which means he can now use, well, summon magic. But only level 1 summon magic, which happens to be Chocobo, Remora and Sylph. And this is why I wanted to wait here. Steal. Couldn't steal. Steal. High potion. There we go. The Thief's Glove gives +1 agility. And I think some defense. Actually, no. Yeah, 4 defense. Which actually is a decent amount. But importantly, it also doubles the chance for us to successfully steal from 40% to 80%. Basically, in order to steal anything, you need to first successfully steal, usually by baseline 40% chance to steal, or in this case, a 20% chance to not steal, I guess, for the character with the Thief Glove. And then, afterwards, it rolls whether you get the common steal or the rare steal. And 10 out of 256 times, that is the rare steal. And in order for both of our characters to miss the steal, what's that, 0.2 times 0.6? Which is about a 12%, actually, no, it's an exactly 12% chance for both Galef and Ferris to fail to steal. High potion, 5 potion. Yaga, do you think Shiva, Ifrit, the Ramu summons are worth it? Yes, absolutely. Shiva is your first ability to hit all enemies reliably for decent damage without having to break the rods that cost a lot of money. I think that's enough potions. Ifrit you can't really avoid anyways, but it's great against enemies like Bidloss. And in later, if an enemy is weak to fire, like Mary Jane for example, you can still use it to decent effect, even if it falls off in terms of power a little bit. And Ramu? Well, Ramu is your strongest elemental spell until you pick up Titan at the end of World 1. So it has plenty of time to dish out good damage before that. Plus there's a bunch of enemies and bosses that tend to be weak against one or the other element, where while Ramu is strictly stronger than Ifrit and Shiva in terms of raw power, taking advantage of elemental weakness tends to still be favorable. Plus, against Black Flames as well, Shiva is great because it costs the least amount of MP, while still knocking out all of the Black Flame encounters in one go. Although it does, I think, have the slowest animation. For a faster animation, you might want to use Ifrit or Ramu, but I think both of these tend to cost more MP. Also, we got a Moonring Blade. We can now put our thief... Oh, actually, she's already in the back row. Anyways, the Moonring Blade is a boomerang kind of weapon, so thieves and ninjas can equip it. The other characters don't get that. Don't rods do more damage? Yes. But they also cost money to procure. And you need to plan ahead in order to use these elemental rods. You can always break rods. But if you like being lazy like me and not plan ahead, it's just easier to not worry about breaking rods. They are without a doubt stronger. But sometimes you can trade that strength for convenience when it's not all that important. Alrighty, next up. The next boss is here. So, the previous boss had 1200 HP, which was a good chunk. However, this is a huge step up with 3000 HP. But also, this boss notably is in fact weak to ice. Well, most of the time anyways. So we will be able to dish out some good damage against it. So its humanoid form will frequently attack with flame or physical attacks, or blaze it's called in this version. Blaze deals 25% of our maximum health in damage. But, while we counterattack with Shiva, should deal about 1000 damage, maybe slightly less, let's see. Yeah, it's actually 756, it's not nearly as much as we thought it was going to be. It always counterattacks with Blaze whenever you damage the humanoid form, which once again, that's half of our HP gone on the entire team. Anyways, the tornado form would try to heal itself if we give it that turn. And back to the humanoid form. This is actually beneficial for us because the humanoid form is arguably the less dangerous of the other form it could have transformed into. Plus, if it transforms into the hand form, it's actually immune against ice. It's a 50% chance to transform into one or the other form. Okay. Blaze. And, well, we get to go for one more. And then it should have, like, just a sliver of HP remaining afterwards. If we break rods, I think we would have, like, two-shot it. Pretty reliable. Also, I think Ferris should knock it out here if she hits, yeah. There we go. Defeating it in the humanoid form gives us a flame scroll. It's a ninja throwing it. We don't have a ninja, but oh well. If you defeat the tornado form, it's a flame bow, and the hand form is a flame rod. But yeah, we got decently lucky against Liquid Flame because the hand form counterattack would be Fire Ra, which, well, we don't have enough maximum HP to survive a Fire Ra counterattack on any character here. So somebody would just go down. So just switching between Tornado and Humanoid form was reasonably ideal. And upcoming is the section as to why I kept Galuf as a thief instead of just turning him into another summoner. Because we can do something very, very neat here in the upcoming section. So, we can get a lot of elixirs. Some people know what I'm talking about. Some people think they know what I'm talking about, but you're actually wrong. And other people are probably just listening in on the background and have absolutely no idea what I'm talking about. Either way, you'll see. Also, because we can still get Dancer, we might want to go ahead and pick up the chests on the side too for that. I guess I could also grab some Mage Mashers if I wanted to. I mean, I suppose I might as well, right? The main downside of procuring a lot of elixirs in this section. By the way, you cannot double dash in this section. You're locked to just regular running speed. Anyways. The main downside to getting a lot of elixirs in this section is that you have this music playing in the background. Like, it's fine to instill a sense of urgency into you, I guess. But it's not the most interesting piece of music. Anyways, we steal some mage mashers from these guys specifically. Or try to anyways, because they are a much stronger weapon than we otherwise would be able to use. I think they should go down to 1 or 2 Shiva spell cast summons as well. So we should be fine. Also the timer just continues while the spell animations are happening, so faster spell animations I guess are more desirable. Oh, a single one was enough. This is a ribbon. And ribbons are nice. This just over here, I think is a shuriken? It's either the flame thing or the shuriken. Hey, we can steal a common steal from this guy. Well, if you manage to steal. I'm pretty sure 2 Shiva spellcasts are actually not gonna knock them out. This thing has like, what, 750 HP? Actually, it might go down. Anyways, it will often counterattack with arrow. 2 out of 3 times. Whenever it takes damage, but yes, this time it didn't. Yeah, it survived. Anyways, a bit of damage to everybody. Oh, an era, that's actually a lot more damage to us. Try to steal. There we go, we get the elixir. I'm not attacking with Galef, just in case he doesn't deal enough damage to knock out the Gygas. Chocobo Kick will usually just knock him out anyways from that range. It is a shuriken, alright. Let's fill up everybody up just in case we take another one of the single target things. And Galef, you get the flee ability now. Probably should have given him this earlier, but that's okay. The Pixel Remaster version makes this section way too lucrative, since you can quick save. What's quick saving do for you in this section, if I might ask? Anyways, we wanna get 1 more Mage Masher for the road, maybe 2. Let's get 2 more. So we steal the common steel, Mage Masher. It's a good dagger. And then we Shiva and Shiva. Maybe I should put the steel on Galef. Actually, I should give Galef the boomerang. That probably makes more sense. Hit the Gygas once with a boomerang. So, the big advantage of summoners is that their spells always hit all enemies, so the attack power is always like full power. The downside is that you then subsequently don't give single target advantage on your spells because of that concept. There we go, this should do the trick. Elemental. So this is our second elemental, so we can have a second character with a 1 in 3 chance to dodge attacks. And I don't know if this makes a difference for Butts or Lena, but because it is also +1 magic power, they actually might reach the next threshold of spell attacks, so they are gonna deal a little bit more damage than before. I think 1 more Mage Masher, then we have 3. You can quick save before opening every chest, reroll the encounter to force quick steals, plus the timer pauses when many, so you can even force early Gaia gears. Wait, who has a Gaia gear for steal? Do the Gygas have those? Mage Masher. Goodness steal. The Mage's rare steal is a Gaia gear. Oh, I actually didn't know that. The sorcerers, right. I actually was not aware of that. That's very interesting. That's a really good armor for this point of the game for our mages. Alrighty, and over here we have my favorite weapon. This is the Mangosh. It has really good attack power, 36 is massive for this point in the game, and it's a dagger that has a 25% chance to block physical attacks. Kind of a bit like a shield. Not a particularly good shield, but it's really nice for characters that can't otherwise deflect attacks to begin with. Also, there's random encounters here. They are very rare, unless you play the Pixie Master, because for some reason the Pixie Master they forgot to adjust the encounter rate, so it's always the same. Anyways, this is not a good chest to steal from, is it? I kinda would like to get a Gaia gear, but let's do this first. This chest guaranteed has a single Gagas in it, so what I can do is I can just steal an elixir from him, and then run away. Normally running away from chest encounters like this is very difficult, as I like to call it. They have a really high runaway resistance. Unless you have a guaranteed runaway ability such as the Thieves' flee ability here. Stole the elixir. Yeah, the thing is, I think Gaia gear is just high defenses. I guess you get to use Titan powered up against Gilgamesh on the bridge with summoners. So in fact, actually it would be worthwhile for me to grab a Gaia gear, but as you can see, we can steal easily like plenty of elixirs. 20, 30, you can get as many as 40 even. And I think Pixie Master is actually even more generous with the timers, so you can steal even more than that before moving on. Realistically, I don't tend to need that many anyways, especially since we also have an early way to get high potions with Thieves, reliably too. So I usually go for like 20, 25 elixirs and then just move on afterwards. 2 to 3 seconds per elixir isn't too shabby. Yeah, it's really good in my opinion. Like, this is plenty overall. By the way, this version does not pause in the menu. So if we want to check elixir 17, I will need to go and check. That's 18. Also, worth noting, by the way, some people might be wondering, wait, what is in these chests if you were to actually fight and defeat these enemies in here? Well, that's the funny part. This Gygas here is guarding an elixir in his chest. Most of the chests in here contain elixirs. At least the ones that I'm skipping. So, I'm effectively just stealing the elixir that the Gygas has in his back pocket, instead of defeating him and then grabbing the elixir from his chest. I mean, arguably, the Gygas has a very muscular chest, so maybe... No, that's a bit weird. Alrighty. Moving on. I actually would like to get a Gaia gear, not gonna lie. I think this chest guaranteed has 2 sorcerers. Oh no, it doesn't. I guess we can get more elixirs here, but this often has 2 sorcerers, right? Oh, it's just a single guy. Mage Masher. Keeping it family friendly. Yes. You bet that Gygas is super proud of being able to successfully guard the elixir on the chest. Yeah. He keeps thwarting these weird guys that keep running in and try to get stuff. And then they run away because they're scared of the Gygas. Couldn't steal. Run away. I guess I'm gonna keep getting more elixirs here. But yeah, it's not a particularly high chance of stealing the correct thing. I think, all things considered, it's like 1 in 16 chance to get a rare steal. Right here, if I'm not mistaken. So after 16 attempts, on average, I should have the rare steal from these sorcerers. How much time do we need in order to defeat the enemy? We have summoners, we don't need much time at all. I could get the Asuna spell from one of the chests, if I were so inclined, and also a fire throwing item, but neither of which are interesting to me. I can just get the Asuna spell later, buying it when it becomes relevant. Couldn't steal it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 1 in 16, so it's a 6.25% chance to get the thing. Because it's a 80% chance to successfully steal, and then afterwards a 10 in 256 chance to get the rare steal. So effectively it is an 8 in 256 chance, which reduces to 1 in 16. So the odds actually should be in our favor to get at least 1, if not 2 of these Gaia gears before the time runs out. And I suppose if nothing else, the mage matches are gonna sell for a lot of money. Funnily enough, we actually don't even want preemptive strikes because that is extra text box. An extra text box in combat, which means it actually slows us down a little bit. 8 in 256 is 1 in 32, not 1 in 16. Oh, right. Thank you for the correction. I knew that at some point, but then my brain decided to get messy. I appreciate that. Thank you. See? Don't trust anything I say. Make sure you double check for yourself. No math? No, plenty of math. Math is great. I'm terrible at counting, which is ostensibly a math subject, so sometimes I'm really terrible at math. And sometimes I just have numbers in my head and I don't bother to double check for some reason. So yeah, 32 attempts on average, I suppose, is what we need. Well, I say on average. Technically speaking, after you try to steal a 1 in 32 chance 32 times, I think you have a slightly over 63% chance of having at least one of the rare items in the end, isn't it? Because for whatever reason, if you have X chance and you do X attempts, or 1 in X chance and you do X amount of attempts, it gets to like slightly over 63% chance of being successful after X amount of attempts. I guess usually N is the number that is used there, or variable. Let's pretend every steal fail is rolling the rare slot with the failed steal. No, I don't think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. Like, you need to successfully steal first, and then you get the chance for the rare. I could be wrong. I don't know if the exact calculation is done this way around or the other, but because it's multiplication, it largely doesn't matter. So, how much time? Let's say once we are at 50 seconds, we're running. It works how you describe, but pretending the failures are rare slots is copium. Right. I guess. It kind of feels like in a similar way where... Let's say you're trying to hunt for a rare item drop from an enemy or a creature in an MMO, let's say old school RuneScape, and you get another item that has the same drop rate as that rare item that you're looking for. It being that other rare item that you're not looking for has absolutely no bearing whether you did get the item specific that you're looking for or not. Alright, your last attempt. But people still kind of get weirdly angry about it, even though it has nothing to do with you not getting the item that you were actually looking for. Right, let's get out of here. This guy has 0 physical defense, or magic defense, but just to make sure that we get through this in time, we're gonna just break our rocks. We could just summon Shiva, I'm pretty sure that would be easily sufficient, but this guarantees that we are just in time here. Plus we have plenty of mage mashers to sell for buying extra frost rods. Alrighty. Let's go. But maybe on that note on getting angry about the other rare drop that you got but you're not looking for. Generally speaking, in those kinds of games, you're significantly more likely to get any of the other rare drops that you're not looking for than what you're specifically looking for. So consequently, you're just making yourself angry for no reason. If you get another rare item that you're not looking for instead of the one that you want, it's no different than getting a common drop. It's just the odds didn't change for what you didn't get. Anyways, we unlocked the fire job, and it is going to be... it's another water job, and it's another one we already had, but it's also another one that is really powerful, so... Welcome time, mate. Or welcome back, I guess. Hey. We're not getting a whole lot of new stuff nowadays, are we? Alright, Galuf, you're gonna be a time mage for the foreseeable future, I suppose. Might as well give you a level 1 summon command, why not? Keep 2 summoners, 1 time mage is fine. And, well, let's, I guess, move on. Yeah, basically, we were trying to get the rare steel Byrlocar. So we were just stealing from these guys. Anyways, time mages are arguably the most powerful support class in the game, because literally just the haste and slow debuffs alone are insanely good for pretty much everything. Anyways, we're gonna buy, I guess, 2 more frost rods and 1 more thunder rod for the future. We have silk ropes, we have everything else, so let's go and buy the time mage spells. So we have Gravitate, this reduces the enemy's HP in half, but it only works on enemies that are not flagged as heavy in the code. Most bosses are heavy. Notably, not all of them. Stop spell inflicts stop. Basically the enemy can't do anything for about, I don't know, 2 turns. Actually I have no idea how long it lasts, because the game doesn't really tell you. Haste! Again, this is the most powerful buff in the entire game, giving you literally twice the amount of turns. Mute. This is a weird one. Silences all allies and enemies. It effectively casts the silence spells on the entire battlefield. It does not work in most boss encounters, but it does work in one particular one. Slow, the most powerful debuff in the entire game, halving the enemy's turn timer. It's insanely good. And regeneration. Regeneration is 1/16 of your maximum HP. Actually, that's not true. That's not how it works. It heals you just a little bit every so often. It's actually not based on your maximum HP at all. It's based on your level and vitality stat. But simultaneously, it's still just not a whole lot of healing most of the time. However, Often it is just enough healing. So let's buy status recovery. Often it is just enough healing, so it's fine to use it once in a while. Just a casual 30 mage smashes. Yep. More than we need, realistically. Right, we have thieves. I'm not getting into back attacks, but let's save anyways. We're level 12, so for the next area here, you kind of want to avoid being level 10 or level 15. Because there's enemy in here that will cast level 5 Doom, effectively killing any character that has a level divisible by 5. When I originally played Final Fantasy VI, and enemies were using a bunch of leveled spells, and I was just really confused as to what do you mean level spells? And then there were these clones that used level question mark spells, which apparently uses like the last digit or so of your money counter to determine whether you get hit or not. So if it was 1, you always get hit. Or was it the other way around? Anyways, it was really weird. But that's what the level spells are in this game. They just hit whichever enemies are, well, or characters that have the level divisible by whatever number the spell is. It's level 2 ult, level 3 flare, level 4 quarter, and level 5 doom. Weirdly enough, for some reason, level 5 doom also ignores whether the enemy is immune to instant death or not, so it just kills them anyways. Alrighty, Ifrit. Do I need to do anything here? Thunder Rod. I should get a Frost Rod. Frost Rod. I guess you could break the rod, but that's fine. This is Ifrit. He has 3000 HP and is weak to ice. Also, this is one of those weird encounters where you can get a preemptive strike or a back attack when you encounter him as a boss. Probably an oversight, but it's kind of funny. His common steals a Phoenix Down, and he likes to use Fire Armor. Oh, Galaf actually survives that! That's amazing. Didn't expect it. Anyways, we're gonna try and slow you, and then we're gonna summon Shiva. I could just break Ice Rods in order to two-shot him, but I think we should be strong enough with Shiva spellcasts to knock him out before doing that. Basically, sometimes it's more fun to just use the abilities you have rather than breaking rods as a little bit of an additional challenge. Then again, I already broke them against Shiva, so it's not like I'm doing this the entire way through. But yeah, Ifrit is slowed now, so he's gonna get half the amount of turns. Also, we have the speed song, by the way, or speed spell. This changes the battle speed setting to a number between 3 and 4. So right now, because it is 4, it will very slightly speed up the battles. But if we had it on a really fast setting, it would actually slow down the battles. It's a really strange spell. Anyways, he has like 10 HP remaining. There goes your ability to do anything. High kick is a physical attack that also paralyzes. We get ninja, we can throw these mage smashers. True. Then again, by the time we get ninja, which would be the Earth Crystal, throwing mage masters might not be all that strong anymore. But yeah, having 30 mage matches does mean that we get slightly unlucky with the guiding gear, because that was well over 32 attempts with a 20% chance to fail to steal anything. That's alright. Phoenix Downs. By the way, if you have thieves, You don't have to worry about being level 10 or 15, because you can always run away before the enemies will do anything whatsoever. Then again, if you're trying to fight things, then page 64 is the big concern that kills you with level 5 too. Also, if you play the Pixel Remaster, it's actually kind of nice to battle enemies here, because they do, in fact, give decent experience and money. If you play the Super Nintendo or Game Boy Advance version, you only get experience and money from the very last enemy you defeat. And the library encounters are basically always just a series of enemies. And the last enemy tends to be one that is not really worth much money at all, so it's not really worth fighting anything here in this version. I actually like this as a change in the Pixel Remaster a lot. I think that's a great adaptation. Anyways, we're gonna equip the Flame Rods for this upcoming battle because, well, Ifrit wasn't just a boss, it was also a summon that we now have. A slightly stronger one than Shiva, and it just so happens that Biblos here, he happens to be weak to fire. We also steal a mallet from him, and he counterattacks it. That will protect. Magic Hammer, there goes half of our MP. A bit inconvenient, but not a big deal. But also, for whatever reason, this guy is not actually flagged as heavy in the code, which means time magic actually can work on him. But he does still have a decent amount of, well, resistance to it, let's put it this way. But he has 3600 HP. Time magic, gravity, or demi, or whatever it's called in your version, would have dealt 1800 damage to him. Anyways, 2 Ifrit spellcasts will bring him well below half HP remaining. But, okay, he didn't do this. Every other turn he can choose to use Wind Slash as a spell, and that's massive damage to our entire party. I'm actually not sure we have enough maximum HP to survive it. I think we do, because it's magic damage. So there goes half of his HP. He counterattacks with Toad. Is that a specific counter to using time magic? Anyways, once he is below 800 HP remaining, he has a 1 in 3 chance to counterattack with Drain, dealing relatively massive damage to us, while also healing himself for a lot. Because we have his elemental weakness in fire, we have a very easy time dealing with Biblos. If you don't have any way to deal fire damage to him or magic damage in general to bypass his Protect, which halves all physical damage taken, this guy can be a huge pain to deal with. In fact, if you only have white mages and thieves, you have to run him out of MP before you defeat him, because you just straight up don't have enough damage otherwise to punch through his Drain counterattacks. Would throwing a Mage Master have a chance to proc Silence? I don't think it does. I think it's just the damage you get from the throw command. Unless they have like very specific interactions. I think that's all you get. Although I don't know if throwing, let's say, an Air Lancet deals wind damage, or whether that's still neutral damage. Somebody should test that sometime. Calaf doing his best impression of a Final Fantasy XIV Dragoon, the floor tank. Anyways, let's wake up Calaf here. Whee. Right, I can double dash. Whee. We can still get barred, so we still play pianos. Piano skills leveled up. Alrighty, welcome to the big wild world of having a boat to drive around in World 1. It's not gonna be a particularly long stay for a boat, but hey. Technically, if I wanted to go and grind some prototype enemies with a Beastmaster, now would be the time before you give up the boat later. And I think we can also get black flame encounters around here if I'm not mistaken. Let's save once in a while. Let's see. Yep, this is about black flames. So, our thief is too fast. Our time mage doesn't have the necessary summon spells. But I believe these guys die through a single Shiva or Ifrit spellcast. And I think Ifrit just has the faster animation. So I'm gonna be using Ifrit instead of Shiva. So, Black Flames, these are a guaranteed encounter here in the Plains area for this section of the world. And the convenient part is that they give a lot of experience and a lot of money. Even if your only way of defeating them, let's say if a time mage is breaking elemental rods, it would still be worthwhile actually doing so. Alright, trying to see if I can make Lena a bit faster, but I think she's as fast as she can be. We only have the elemental that is +1 speed, so we can't give her any more speed than what she currently has. They are on any island on the way to Crescent, are they? I actually never remember which one's the prototype islands. Yeah, we're just gonna be here for a little while, because these are, without a doubt, one of the best grinding spots in the entire game, realistically. I could turn another character into the Time Mage instead. In fact, our thief could probably do with basic time magic capabilities. We're gonna shuffle around our jobs in a bit. Prototype Islands are to the south, but Black Flames are north of Crescent. And a little bit southwest. The one I usually go to is slightly southwest. Isn't it nice when the intro to the battle doesn't take 10 seconds? And then after the battle is complete, you don't wait another 6 seconds until something is happening? I think that's very nice. The speed shakes we're getting are chemist drinks. They give you a haste buff if you, well, drink it. But it's specifically, only chemists have figured out the secrets of drinking potions. So the other characters can't do that. Alright, I think Lena is out of MP. Actually, she can cast one more. So I'm actually unequipping her Elven Mantle. This should give her the same speed stat as Butts. So we have a 50-50 chance of going with Butts before we go with Lena. So sometimes, well, frequently enough actually, he should go before Levana while he still has MP to use. Except for preemptive strikes, I guess then it's... oh, never mind. Even in preemptive strikes, that's true. Right, the Pixie Master is the weird one where all of your characters get a turn, regardless of speed. But on preemptive strike, the enemies just get like a negative or something. We just got Final Fantasy V on Steam. It's one of the least played ones, mostly due to availability issues, but no more. Yes. That's the great thing about the Fixed Remaster version. It's actually a good version, and it is easily accessible. You know, as opposed to other versions that were previously available to be bought on Steam, but might not be the greatest. Yeah, not entirely without merit, just other versions tend to be preferable. Alright, did we actually level up our timing stuff? We did, actually, a while ago. Yeah, I think I will want to have a bit of time matching on my feet, so let's actually do it this way. We're going to just grind for a little while longer, and after the grind is over, whatever level time mage Galuf gets to, he's just gonna have. Or alternatively, we could just go for getting Mud on carries right now. But that's like another 60 or so encounters, which to be fair would be fantastic for money purposes. But also maybe not the most interesting. Plus we have timing. I was thinking, maybe we want to buy a flame ring. But we don't need it for the crystals because we have time which will help us out with Graviga. Defeat them rather easily. Then again, I guess a flame ring would be great for Exter. But then again, we have a thief, so we can just steal flame rings. Although admittedly that might take a while. Would it be useful to have flame rings beforehand? A little. I gained some extra levels. Let's see how far we get once our spellcasters run out of MP. Poor Black Flames, always getting beat up en masse every playthrough. Almost every playthrough. Sometimes you go and bully some prototypes instead. But then you need to specifically have a Beastmaster for that. Alright, we're almost out of MP here. Let's see, how far are we? Yeah, let's see, say time match level 4 on Galuf, and then we move on. That's gonna be the objective. We already have more levels than we realistically need, but I think that's okay. A bit of an extra HP buffer and damage buffer is always nice to have. Lena's out of MP. So we need to go and grab more. Hey, Tranquilite, thank you. Thank you kindly for 11 months with the Prime thing. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoyed your stay. I really appreciate it. Also, the Prime thing reminds me. Anybody who has the Amazon stuff, I think you get like 1 free subscription on Twitch. You don't have to use it here, but make sure to use it somewhere. Maybe on some smaller streamers. Dad would appreciate it. Again. Might as well use it anyhow. Let's see. Sink the boat. Grab a friendly bird. Go to bed. Do we buy an armor upgrade here? I guess we might as well. We have probably plenty of money at this point in the game. And might as well go ahead and pick up the Bard song real quick. Until proven otherwise, we can still get a Bard. Flex, and this guy. This was the Mighty March. So this is effectively the regeneration effect on all party members instead of just one with the regen spell from the Time Mage. Actually worth using, because, you know, might as well have it. It's 1 action from the Bard, as opposed to 4 actions from the Time Mage. Yeah, little spy, Sage Surplus. These are basically just better silk ropes. And also come with the rarely useful but occasionally nice ability to be immune against silence effect. Very rarely useful, but it can happen. Wait, I didn't go and sleep yet. This is also where we have way more than 100 MP now, so Tent is not gonna recover everything. But that's alright, we only need a few extra encounters until Galuf gets Time Magic level 4. I don't even know what you can learn with level 4. Did you see 28 mage masters? Yes, we tried to go for the Gaia gear that you can apparently steal as a rare steal from the sorcerers in Karnak Escape. Did not end up getting it, but might as well try. Yeah, actually, I probably knew at some point that this was a thing, but then forgot about it. But they would have been nice to have. But it's okay. Alrighty, Ifrit. Ifrit. Oh, right, we don't have the flame rod equipped anymore. Probably need to equip that again. Galef needs 5 more encounters. And then we are done here for now. Summoner and Time Mage gives you a lot of leeway, right? Yes, Summoner and Time Mage are both extremely powerful with very different skill sets, and they complement each other really, really well. Because if you think about it that way, effectively a Time Mage allows you to get or duplicate your party if you can slow the enemy, and duplicate your party again by hasting all your party members too, in terms of action economy. And Summoner is one of those classes that can absolutely destroy all enemies along the way, taking advantage of the extra turns you're getting. Since they're also kind of slow-ish, it does help a lot there. Apart from physical damage output, it's a good duo on their own, yes. I mean, even physical, technically in the late game we have cover 2 with Odin, although it's not exactly reliable targeting. It's just gonna be a little bit awkward against Archaeophagus, but even there, we do actually have one physical spell. Also, I think Galef just leveled up to Time Mage level 4. No idea what you can use as a level 4 Time Mage, but I wanna slap this onto a thief, so let's turn Galef into a thief, give him Time Magic. And then we turn Ferris into, you know, a summoner. I'm gonna give you Summoner, you can have the Steel command, I suppose, and I don't know if I need anything else. Give you a Flame Rod, and then one of these two has to become a Time Mage now. Let's go Hump as a Time Mage. Because they also have Summon Magic at a decently high level now, so that means we should be able to summon up to, I think, Titan with this team as well. So we should be pretty well set, all things considered. Right. Then we're gonna make 2 detours. One is we go to Lix in order to buy very cheap, like, general usability items. Because they're half price over there. Very nice. Those are good music. I thought the city was to the east for some reason. Anyways, welcome to Lix. It's a nice and comfy town. And this is half price for us. So we stock up on potions for easy out of combat healing. Stock up on status recovery items. I usually buy extra gold needles here because they tend to be useful even for offenses. And because we have a bunch of mages, I buy some extra tents too for MP recovery. Anyways, I like the music here, so I like to always just sit here at least for one full music loop. That's the nice thing about not doing a speedrun or a race, you can just sit here whenever you feel like it. Alrighty, let's move on. So the other thing we want to do is actually just further west, across the water, I think. Maybe east was faster. I actually don't know. Anyways, eventually, we go northwest from Karnak. At least I think it's northwest. Maybe it's just west. I think it's northwest. This forest here is relevant for us, because it contains a new friend. It's a common encounter in here. But it is an encounter, so we need to hear boss battle music as soon as we enter an encounter, and then... there it is! Ramu! Thundara! Dealing massive single target damage right there. And we would like to have him as a friend. Coming cast slow. Didn't work, that's okay. Then we just cast Flame Rod, Ifrit. I actually have no idea how much HP this guy has. Make sure we get the Flame Rod. But he's not weak to fire, but it's just our strongest offensive spell that we currently have. I guess a Thunder multi-target would actually knock out land. Maybe I should have healed a little bit. It will be fun. Flash. Oh, I didn't even realize he had that. Steel. His combat steel is a high potion, so again, that's basically just a full heal at this point in the game. So it's kind of nice to get. And after we throw Ifrit 5 or 6 times at him, he will finally recognizes Ifrit. Problem. Thundara. That's alright. Slow. Slowing the enemy is kind of as if I were to haste all allies at the same time. In terms of speed and difference. There we go. Ifrit, what are you doing here? Lord Ramu, as you have become even more powerful, you would lend strength to us. Ifrit, no need to say more. You and I have never been enemies. Every Monday they get together and play some cards in their little vacation place in the deep forest, clearly. Anyways, we have acquired Ramu. He is strictly stronger than Ifrit in terms of damage output. Not by much, but it is stronger. So it's gonna be our new standard spell to cast, so everybody equips Thunder Rods. Yeah, slow actually, weirdly enough, like stop, works on most enemies. Stop being not nearly as useful if it's an enemy that is flagged as a boss and has the heavy flag, which means the stop spell really does not last long at all. But slow just lasts forever, it does not wear off at all. So if you manage to slow an enemy, they are slowed for the rest of combat. Alrighty. Just taking Jacobus for a few extra tiles of guaranteed no encounters. So, and now we get to what may just be the weakest side of our team here. Because the next boss coming up here, Sandworm, he has no particular elemental weaknesses that we can take advantage of anyways. He has 3000 HP, and if you use a multi-target spell, he will counterattack, well, the holes, technically speaking, counterattack with gravity. Both of them. So this means I'm going to take a lot of counter damage if I ever use any summon spells. So I could theoretically just use Chocobo in order to single target hit the Sandworm. But I think Chocobo would be a lot less damage. So do I really want to do that? Who knows? I think what I want to do instead is just, first of all, haste the guy that can cast haste. This is one of the few bosses, by the way, or enemies in general, that is actually immune to slow. They probably made him immune to slow due to the weird way on how he works. But yeah, let's see. Chocobo. Choco kick. 240 damage. You know, it's not bad actually. But let's see. Ramu. Judgment Bolt. With Thunder Rods equipped. It's 568 damage. Wait. Do the holes not counterattack summons? Really? I thought these reacted to any kind of targeting. Sandworm, the bane of any Zerker run. You mean the time when you just put the Zerker to sleep? So it doesn't kill your own party. Okay, I think I knew that at some point, and then forgot again, as usual. Anyways, apparently you don't get counterattack if you use summons against this guy. I would still use my spells here just in case you're curious, even if we got the counterattacks. It's just my strongest damage output. And I would just heal through the counter damage, but this makes this a lot easier, I guess? Huh. Okay. I bet they didn't account for that in the Pixel Remaster. Because I didn't know about it. Let's see, Sandworm. Okay, so... Wait, the holes only react to physical with Demi? They don't react to... So Aqua Rake is considered physical then? Because it counters Aqua Rake. Wait, no it doesn't, because the Sandworm dies before he can do anything. Apparently the holes only counter physical damage with Demi. Well, that's interesting. I need to get the runaway ability in Gala. Huh. Magus was saying this boss counters all magic except summons. Unfortunately, Sandworm will counter summons in Pix Remaster though. Well, I mean, according to the algorithms, guys, the holes specifically counter... physical attacks, or physical damage. But I guess I don't know. Huh. Don't you hate it when Achilles gets his heels seen too? Yeah, you should consult a doctor for that. Anyways, running away from encounters is not exactly reliable in the desert here, so having the escape ability on our thief would be potentially desirable, but I guess they also go down to a single judgment ball here. All you know is the Pixie Mouse is less lenient there. Yeah. I genuinely thought, like, this is weird. Because I do know for a fact that, let's say, Gaia, this desert sandstorm, the holes do counterattack with their demi ability. Or well, gravity, excuse me. That is strange. I need to try and multi-target them with black magic sometimes, just to see if they do in fact not counterattack spells. Which, you know, it kind of would go with the theme that I kind of mentioned a few times before. I think the theme they were going for with the holes countering with gravity spell, which halves your current MP or HP, is that you try to hit the sandworm, you miss, and attack a hole instead, and you fall down the hole and take half of your HP in damage. Like, I think that's what is supposed to happen there, in the theater of the mind, if you will. Interesting. You think Gaia might be physical for many terrain types, since Biblis counters it with Protect? Well, there's a difference between the damage type being physical and the attack not being considered magic. Like a weird mishmash going on, but that's a fair argument actually. Like, I guess there's no reason for... No, I think you're right. I think it's basically physical attacks, because Omniscient also resets when you use Gaia against him. Also here, my favorite part. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, our two scientists bring back the Chocobo to its natural habitat, and then randomly happen to fall down a hole. Somehow. It's fantastic. Also, we can still get White Mage, so I should pick up the Mini. You can also still get ninjas, and maybe I should pick up the shurikens. Then again, I can always do that later when we get back here anyways. Or I can do this now. It's not like it's a big detour. Switch here, push it. You're in one match. No. If you say no and then yes, you actually automatically get the thing. Nestle paid a Pixie Master. In the Pixie Master you have to go through the entire sequence of events where you get quote-unquote tricked into doing silly things. Except that getting tricked is mandatory in that version, so you don't have a choice. Good thing fall damage doesn't exist in this universe. Otherwise, these guys falling for a solid 1.5 minutes just now would have had a bit of a harder impact of it. It's like Seeker of Mana, there's no fall damage in that game either. Could you imagine fall damage with cannon travel? I would rather not. I mean, admittedly, if impact damage existed to begin with, you would generally just get turned into mush when being launched rather than when it impacted. Because if you think about it, the impact is only going to be as strong as however high the thing launches you and then falling. So functionally, the launch is significantly stronger than the land dive. Anyways, this is Crayclaw. It has a common steel of a coral steel, which is worth a bit of money. But also this poor guy has only 2000 HP and is weak to lightning. So I don't think I need to say much more. Have you ever struggled with Crayclaw? Has anyone? The solo white mage challenge, I remember, had a bit of trouble with him. It's like one of the few cases where solo white mage just really didn't like battling this guy. Since he does have pretty good physical defense, and him just reducing you to critical HP in a solo challenge is always a bit awkward, because he has actually a higher chance of using tail screw every turn, well, in most turns, than to do a regular attack. So do you just heal in between, or what do you do? Because potentially you just have to heal every turn, and then he can also paralyze you. Okay, outside of solo challenges, I don't think I've ever had any trouble with this guy. It's just very specific to those. Would probably be rough with Quad Thief. Yeah, a bit slow, but I think would still be very doable. If you have Quad Thieves at this point in the game, you have defeated Biblos with 4 Thieves. And that was probably a 3 to 4 hour ordeal on the successful attempt, not including preparation. Megami Infinity. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome. I hope you have a lovely day today. Thank you for the good luck. If I might ask, what were you streaming over there? Welcome. Also, north and a little bit west, was it? Yeah, we want to get Lena her HP back, so we just use a tent. Also recovers all MP. You're doing some Green Dawn speedruns. New expansion in 2.5 weeks and you're very excited. Oh, nice. I've heard a bunch of good things about Green Dawn. Even though I'm not necessarily interested in playing this myself. Because I think my time for those kinds of games is in the past, but I actually didn't know they were going to release an expansion. I hope you have a great time with it. Exactly, Sabletooth. I just realized when I started playing Path of Exile, I don't actually enjoy the gameplay loop of like gradually trying to find new equipment pieces and just upgrading everything piece by piece that much anymore nowadays. But that's a me thing. You can't have it. Yeah, I've only ever heard good things about that game, so that's nice. Alrighty, next up we have Adam and Timmy. This thing has both Protect and Shell, which means our chance to land status effects is halved, and also all the damage is halved. So we're gonna just prioritize hasting our characters, and all Timmy itself does, or Adamantoise does, it attacks twice, then attacks once, then attacks twice, then attacks once. It is also weak to ice, so this is why we equip Frost Rolls and cast Shiva here. And that's gonna deal like what, 300 damage? Oh, 488. It only has 2000 HP, so we're largely just gonna be good to go defeating it relatively efficiently. So I think Lena should survive the second hit there, probably. One more. Yep, it's just about survived. We only need enough HP to still be alive. Adamantus is the final mandatory boss that is weak to ice. Mine is Mary Jane forms, yes. I suppose you could technically count Necrophobe as well, but I don't think Necrophobe counts. Necrophobe is weak against everything. You wonder if it's worth to buy Blizzard if you have a Black Mage. If you fight random encounters, then sometimes it could be useful, I guess. Like if you run into Red Dragon in one of the later areas as a rare encounter. But besides that, probably the one kind of element that you could skip technically. You never want to do one white mage and 3 thief, 1 white mage Biblos again. Yeah, it's an experience to complete that challenge once. It is a huge ordeal to get through, and congratulations that you did. I've done that twice, at least. Actually, I've done it at least 3 times. Once in a Job Fiesta, once as a solo thief, once as a solo white mage. And I'm good. You heard that the meta play of Biblos with such a team is to cast scan on it repeatedly, make it waste its MP. Yeah, that's actually a fair way of looking at it, honestly. That actually makes sense. Because you have more than one white mage to work with. So the thing is, when I did the solo white mage thing, I didn't have the time to cast scan. I needed to mostly heal almost every turn. But I guess also most importantly, because eventually my white mage's level got reduced to 1 anyways. It was actually faster for me to wait until it was fully out of MP, so I would not have to deal half damage to protect with my solo white mage at the time. So that was kind of a bit of a distinction there, if you will. Let's go and save. Because as a solo white mage, it's literally more efficient to never cast anything. Plus you need to mostly stay alive anyways, because of how much longer it takes to then whittle him down with a flail afterwards. With thieves, at least you have a decent weapon to work with in the end. Anyways, I think you can stop spell these guys. Yeah, you can. So we only get hit by one of them. These things are weak to lightning, so we have Elemental Rod, Lightning Rod, a Thunder Rod. I guess it's not a Lightning Rod because that's an entirely different concept, isn't it? Then Remove. Remove is very nice to have because I think it should mostly be a 2-shot on these flame cannons. I don't remember whether it's the flame cannons or whether it's the launchers that have like 2,500 HP, which our damage rolls might not quite reach them. Where is my Thunder Rod? There it is. Remove. Giblos has ult. Not quite ult, it's Discord, which is a slightly different concept. Still extremely bad if your monk gets hit by it. Alright, stop one. So these rocket launchers, notably, they deal only percentage-based damage to us. Missile is 75% of our current HP, and Rocket Punch is half of our current HP gone. Rocket Punch notably also confuses our character, which is also the only way you can actually die to these rocket launchers. Your character getting confused and then knocking out your own party. Well, we're getting lucky with the missiles just missing. Because we do have mages in our team, we have the Sage Totalist, which has what? 18% magic evasion? Magic evasion basically means that after all is said and done, you have at minimum, however much magic evasion you have, percentage chance to resist spells. What's the play versus final phase Archery, Mr. Cobra? Yes. And the Thief Boomerang, I guess. I guess we could also give our Thief the Mangoes and put him in the front row. But then again, I tend to prefer sitting in the back row. But the chance to hit is so much better with the Mango. Anyways, part of the reason why I earlier asked about what Megami Infini was streaming when they raided us is because I was actually kind of thinking, I get to learn that somebody was streaming something when they raid us, but Twitch doesn't automatically tell us what they were streaming, but also it doesn't really... It's kind of an awkward thing there. Maybe I would be interested in whatever they were streaming beforehand, but it's kind of awkward to go into another chat and say, hey guys, I'm gonna be streaming Final Fantasy 5, and then go and stream things, because that's just not particularly good etiquette, let's put it this way, right? Anyways, let's give Gallop the Mangoes. Look in the front row. Key Fluff is fine. Green Beret. So, in this case, actually, if anybody is streaming or has a YouTube channel or otherwise endeavors that would like to show off, feel free to post this in chat right now, if you'd like to. Because I think it's actually very interesting when you have a lot of people gathered in one place. There's a lot of people that make a lot of interesting things, and hey, maybe somebody else would be interested in that. Again, usually it's, you know, not particularly good etiquette to just go and promote yourself, but here I'm inviting you to promote yourself, if you would like to. So, feel free to do that. Because sometimes you might just discover somebody doing something really interesting. Alrighty, let's go, and the next boss here, this is Soul Cannon. This thing has effectively 12,500 HP and 2 little launchers on its back. The 2 launchers on its back are actually pretty nasty, so we have a okay chance to resist their attacks. If we do, we're not gonna know about it, but well, let's see. Gonna first of all place our mages. Maybe we get to attack before the launchers hit us. That would actually be ideal. The little launchers are not weak to lightning, whereas the big cannon is, and they only have 800 effective HP. Oh, okay, we do get to just destroy them. I thought they had more speed than that, but I was wrong. Anyways, the little launchers would deal damage equal to half of our current HP, which is a bit annoying, but not a big deal. However, if they do hit you with their attack, they also inflict the old status effect on your character, which effectively means that your stats gradually get reduced towards 1. So your magic power, your strength, your agility, everything is just slower and slower and slower, which is extremely debilitating when that happens. If you play the Pixel Remaster, if you cure the old status effect, you do regain your lost stats. However, in the other versions, if you don't cure the old status effect quickly, you just have all stats at 1 for the rest of the battle. Nobody wants to promote themselves. That's okay, I imagine most people are just listening anyways. I think you can slow Soul Cannon. Actually forgot that's a thing. Anyways. Eventually we defeat this guy. Just very MP hungry characters, but it didn't even get to fire once. The Soul Cannon charges up for like what, 8, 9, 10 turns, and then when it unleashes its attack, the Surge Beam will hit all our party members for half of their maximum HP damage, and also inflicts the HP sap status. So effectively, if you take 2 of these Surge Beams without healing in between, you die. There's no ifs and buts about it. But also, if you have Summoner or Black Mage or basically a bunch of other classes that have lightning elemental damage, you just don't have to worry about it, since you just knock it out before it can ever do that. Mostly went down to heal up because we're gonna get into the Ronkan Ruins. And there's a bunch of encounters in here that are reasonably interesting for us to take care of one way or another. If not for experience, it's for stealing. These Ronkan Knights, their common steal is a high person. The Stone Masks are notably weak to lightning, although they have low enough HP that it doesn't really matter what they're weak to. You just one-shot them most of the time anyways. Unfortunately, our summons are just ever so slightly slower than the Ronkan Knights on average. The Time Mage I think has just a tiny bit more agility, so they do tend to go before. And here we have Enchanted Plants. I guess we can fight these guys. They have a rare drop or a dark bow, which is a really good bow to have, just in general, because it has a high probability of inflicting the blind status effect on an enemy whenever you hit them with a dark bow. Even if they naturally have a lot of like magic evasion to resist status effects, the dark bow will frequently still hit. It's a rare drop, however, so you're not really going to get that all that frequently, unless you get lucky instead. Also, Painter Strikes, we might as well just fight these out. I might want to give Gallop the flee ability here, however, because this is after the death at the next area where you're not guaranteed to be able to run away from encounters, Unless you have a, well, guaranteed runaway ability like the fleet. The chest over there is really far out of the way, and it contains a gold shield. I'm not gonna worry about picking that up. Gold shield is 30% chance to block physical attacks. Shields are amazing in this game, but none of my characters can equip it. Steal! Maiden's Kiss. So we steal a Maiden's Kiss from the llama over there. I don't know what that tells us about our characters to steal these kinds of things. But what I can tell you is that this lamia has a rare steal that we would love to have, since that is a Lamia's Tiara. And if we get a dancer as a main job, which, considering the trend of having so many dancers in the last few runs, the odds are the exact same as they otherwise would be. Anyways, despite that, it would be nice to have a Lamia's Tiara. Even if we don't get a dancer, it is still a really good helmet item, since it gives +3 magic power, which is a lot, and it also gives us immunity to getting confused. So I think what I'll be doing is I'll be running around here for a little while. I think the next room has the highest encounter rate for the Lamias. Knock out some encounters that give good experience, and try to get the Lamia's Tiara. Might want to turn a second character into a thief for when we mostly just wanna run away and steal. So that could be a thing. Removes the main character. Definitely feels like it. Alright, I could have tried to steal with Ferris. In fact, I'm probably gonna shuffle equipment around in this case. Let's see. Currently Lena has the other mantle. Let's give her something else. Power armor actually, it gives +3 strength, which, you know, it's not useful on a summoner, but it also gives some defenses, so we equip this on her. And we give the elven mantle over to Ferris instead. So she hopefully should outpace Lena reliably and get to try and steal as well if Gala fails. So much damage. I guess we could just head to the next save point real quick. And recover our health by using a tent, and also recover our MP at the same moment. Might as well. The enemies in here are pretty decent experience if you have a way to knock them down in a group like this. Maiden's Kiss. So yeah, we're gonna just look for a Lamia's Tiara. The amount of power you gain for non-dancers is decent, and honestly, the immunity to confusion is just very nice to have, since that's one of the most annoying status effects to have on your character, especially in the Pixie Remaster, where your confused characters will frequently just whack you before you get to do anything else. Steal. Still a Maiden's Kiss. Yeah, unfortunately they are just slightly too fast for this to be all that lucrative, isn't it? Later on I'm gonna get Titan anyway, so I think we're gonna go for a 2-thief approach here. Let's do that. Let's turn Ferris into the thief. We're gonna give her the ability to flee. Actually, it doesn't matter who has the ability to flee. But what I do know is, Galuf, you unequip the green beret and the ninja suit, because otherwise you actually might be faster than Ferris at times. And we actually specifically want Ferris to go first, and then Galuf to flee. And if we have a large enough agility disparity between the two characters, I don't have to awkwardly wait in the menu until the other command executes. Oh wait. I probably should also transfer over the Thieves Glove then, shouldn't I? Because otherwise, Ferris's chance to steal is only 40%. And I mean, if nothing else, we just get a bunch of high potions, so that's nice. I think this is the best room for Lamias, but I could be wrong. This is just the other common encounter. You know what? Let's try to steal from the enchanted fans instead. Because they have a rare steal for a killer bow, if I'm not mistaken. If we get a ranger, that would be nice to have. It's just not nearly as interesting when we get high potions. Especially since we have plenty of elixirs if we absolutely need to heal. So while we might not get Lamia's Tiara that quickly, at least we have a chance to get some other rare steals, which would be kind of fun. Let me actually see if this room here has more Lamia encounters. Kill. Steal a Maiden's Kiss. I thought the other room would be better because it has like single Lamias and the Lamia inside the stone triangles. I think this is the rare encounter, so I don't expect this to be... Yeah, I think this is the other common encounter. So maybe it's about the same. Or maybe it's not that rare. Maybe it's just the uncommon encounter instead. I guess we also have Hydras here, which... Oh, they're notably faster than Galuf by a good amount, so... Maybe we just go here so we don't get whacked by that Hydra. I suppose that's fair. Later on, we actually have the nice combination of Time Mage plus Thief. which means you'll be able to cast return and just retry the same encounter again to see if we can get the rare steals. I was thinking if I get an early Lamia's Tiara, I would just try for a second one. But, well, now it's no longer early, so... oh well. Goodness dear. No, ah! Actually running away from the encounter we want to steal from. Potion! Potion! Goodness dear. Potion. Maintenance case. Not particularly good steal luck nowadays, but you know what? That's alright. Sometimes you get lucky, other times you get the other side of the coin. I actually didn't even pay attention with the last few. Not gonna lie, let me actually see. We did not get the bow, at the very least. Maintenance case. Maintenance case. That music sounds weird. It's kind of missing an instrument there. Maintenance case. Maintenance case. Goodness dear. Potion. Maintenance case. Quiero. Another one of these. potions. The kill bow would just be a nice bonus, but it's not what we're going for. Because soon enough we would be able to buy the killer bows, so it's not as impactful as the Lamia's Tiara, which we won't get until World 3. Otherwise. But it would still be nice to have it, really. There we go, we got the Lamia's Tiara. Excellent. Wait, no, isn't the Killer Bow a rare steal from the Hayudora? I'm thinking I'm conflating the two things. Yeah, that's a Hayudora drop, isn't it? Or steal, not one from the... from these guys. Fresh hot cup of coffee, you know what? That sounds like a great idea. Once we knock out the Arcuvis, I'm gonna get one as well. Alrighty, who would like to have the magic power? I'm gonna get it to Lena. Lena already has naturally the highest magic power with a +4 to her base stats. And I'm a firm believer of powering up a single character over trying to distribute power among multiples. So we're gonna do that. And hey, who knows, maybe we're gonna run into another Lamia or two, where we could just get a cheeky second Lamia's Tiara. Yeah, the fans dropped the Dark Bow, but the Killer Bow is a steal, but it's not a steal from the fans. I could have farmed high potions. I just... for some reason I thought you steal the Killer Bow from those guys, but you do not. Made mistakes. Let's get one Hayudara encounter. Actually, we're level 20 aren't we? It's fine. We'll just heal up afterwards. That's not it. We can steal Sage's Surplus from these guys as a common steal, the Ramager specifically. Let's see, it's an uncommon encounter. So actually what I can do here is we can take advantage of the Game Boy Advance version. We use Quick Save. Quick Save is a feature where, you know, it's a handheld game. It's on a Game Boy Advance, so if you get off a train or your car ride doesn't end, you need to be able to save immediately, and then you would like to resume later. And Quick Save is that idea amplified, basically. You can only save on Quick Save, and you can only reload one Quick Save or once. So it's not actually save, it's just like a checkpoint. However, it does reset your encounter randomness. So the next encounter is going to be uncommon encounter of the area, which in this case is going to be the Hayudara. It's not Hayudara. Really? I swear that was the uncommon encounter normally. And this is the rare encounter. I'm in the wrong area. Wait, this is the common encounter? Because this was the uncommon encounter and then the rare encounter right after. Is the Hayudara a common encounter? You sure? It is! It is a common encounter. Because using the save reset feature allows you to get the uncommon encounter and then the rare encounter right after. So this is actually a pretty high chance to get the encounter here. Which does mean it should be reasonably reliable to farm this thing. Anyways, we tried to steal. Couldn't steal. Try one more time. Couldn't steal. Ah, that's a shame. This thing is undead and not flat as heavy, so Phoenix down will just murder it, but in return it will cast level 4 Graphica, reducing our character's current HP by 75%. These things give a massive amount of experience, and also guaranteed drop another Phoenix down when you use it on them. Or well, actually, they just always guarantee drop a Phoenix down. I didn't realize this was a common encounter here, that thing. Ghidra might be rare on floor 4, that sounds very plausible. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alrighty. Do we just keep Ferris as a... No, we keep Galef as a thief. Because he has time magic sufficiently level for it to be relevant. And then let's unequip Ferris, so we can give it all over to Galef. Now we just give it the Thief's Glove and the Moonring Blade. Actually, no, you can have the Mangoes in the front row, that's fine. Then Ferris, you're gonna go and become a summoner again. With... I don't know, steel or something. We don't need that anytime soon. Again, Power Armlet has better defenses, so I guess we equip it. And we begin with Thunder. Yeah, this should work. Alright, next boss time. So this is Archeo Avis. It has 5 different forms. The game doesn't tell you about the first 4 forms, like it tries to play it off as it is only one. But it is 4 forms initially, each one of them having 1600 HP. And the general trend is that it starts having really high physical defense and no magic defense, and then kind of inverts that relationship to having really high magic defense and very low physical defense. So we're gonna cast Haste on our characters first, and then we start casting Ramu. So Breath Wing is 25% of our maximum HP just gone on the entire party, so no matter how much or what level we are, it's technically always the same damage, I guess. So, also damage does not carry over between phases, so even though we're gonna deal about 1800 damage here, those 200 extra damage points are just lost, like they do nothing. Haste for you. And haste for you. So we're gonna go much faster than this guy does. Ramu. And then it's gonna switch into its second form quietly. This is Ice. It uses Blaze, which actually is always about 240 damage to our entire party. So it actually is much more damaging if you're at lower level, comparatively. But also, this form, weirdly enough, is not immune to gravity magic, aka it is not light as heavy, so this is half of its HP gone. 800 damage exactly. I'm gonna cast 2 more Ramu spells to push it into phase 3. And phase 3 is going to be Fire. It once again has a 25% max HP damaging attack. And every form also has basically a regular physical attack, which is what you usually want to see when this guy gets to take a move. And he has a physical attack that inflicts a various status effects. The later the form it is, the more severe the status effects are. Initially it's like a bit of HP sap, which is not a big deal, but then you get paralysis and confusion in the last 2 forms. So, also, by the way, it absorbs fire as healing, so we don't want to use Ifrit here. That is about... yeah... I think we might not quite clear the threshold to knock it out here. But with Galef extra attack, this should do the trick here, right? Unless it switches. Okay, it switched. I can tell by the little time bar in the bottom right pausing slightly. So this last form, or like the 4th form, excuse me, is once again susceptible to gravity magic. So 800 HP gone. Notably, it is also lightning in this form, which I think also its special attack is paralyzing, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, it's lightning, so it means it absorbs lightning as healing, so we want to switch over to Ifrit for this form specifically. Did I not equip the flame rod? I think it did. It just has more magic defense than before. And one more Ifrit spell cast should do the trick. Oh, that was it already. Okay, and this is his final form. It is immune against all elements except for water for some reason, and has 0 physical defense. And normally for like a pure spellcaster core like we have here, this is a bit awkward to try and take down. However, we have Galuf to deal up damage, so it's not bad. It also has 2,500 HP in this form. But also, we do have Chocobo. Chocobo is physical damage in nature, or at least neutral damage. It's not great damage, but there's a rare chance to get something better than a Chocobo kick. You can miss with that. I forgot about that. Anyways, this is our solution to this form here. And thanks to the power of haste, we should be having no trouble defeating this form as well. Most of the time. There is like the specific combination of he can choose to use Blaze, which inflicts HP leak, and then Maelstrom, which puts us the critical HP that could just murder us theoretically. We just hope that doesn't happen. Anyways. No confusion allowed, so we just equip the knife. By the way, this is the literal reason why I keep the basic knife weapon, in order to be able to equip it and whack my allies out of confusion and sleep. So it deals the minimum amount of damage. If you use... like, you can unequip your weapon and punch, which is technically less attack damage than the knife, but you have an 8% chance to crit. So if your ally is at 1 HP and confused or asleep, the knife usually deals low enough damage. Oh hey, Fat Chocobo. The knife usually deals low enough damage for it to not punch through an ally's defenses. Well, at least later in the game. Right now we still have mage rogues that are not quite strong enough for it. Anyways, Fat Chocobo. Nice to showcase that to you. I don't know what the odds are for it, but... well, it deals about double the damage, I guess. And also, I saw something earlier. Unfi, thank you. Delicious rocks, no. Rocks have friends, not food. Thank you so much for 27 months of support. Welcome back with the Prime thing. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you, kindly. I really appreciate it. Let's unequip Galuf, because we're gonna have him leave for a little while. And welcome to you as well, Magic Freak. Hope you're doing well today. In the Pixel Remastered version, you can't do the quick leak method on Omega because you can't break a poison rod on yourselves, but if you had a Time Mage or Black Mage or Reflect Bio instead, you think that quick leak method would then work? Can you break a poison rod on yourself in other versions? Either way, I highly doubt quick leak would work. You can actually test it, Magic Freak. You can inflict HP leak on yourself intentionally, one way or another. Let's say by reflecting bio off an enemy, like Omega. And then you just cast Quick and see whether your HP is still draining during that quick spell cast, where nothing else is supposed to happen. That way you can check whether HP is being drained or not during that time. Galuf regained his memories. In all the versions you can break a rod onto yourself. I forgot about that part, but that's fair. But yeah, just reflect the bio back onto your own character, get the sap status effect on yourself, or just wait for a surge cannon and see whether the leak effect is still happening during the quick. And Bob Leo, thank you. Turns out sealing a tree in the ground was ultimately ineffective. I suppose that's one way to put it. Thank you kindly for a crazy long time of support. Welcome back for 116 months. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you kindly. Alrighty. I probably should roll my last job, huh? That would actually be reasonably ideal. Okay. Unlock the Earth job, and it is going to be, I think, what everybody has been waiting for. Our last job is going to be Berserker. Right, Lamiestiara, not that useful. But we could technically... You know, I've never got to do that. We could get a new weapon for our Berserker. Do I want to get Death Scythe or Doom Scythe? I think the answer is yes. That thing is just too good not to have, isn't it? So, For operations, let's get a Doom Scythe before we do anything else. That's gonna be a rare drop from the crescent enemies around here. And then I might actually go for a rare steel of a different variety for once. Because it's not usually that you get to try and take advantage of that one. Although that rare steel grind might take a lot longer than the Lamia's Tiara if we get unlucky. Because each individual attempt is gonna take a lot longer. But maybe it's worthwhile. Anyways, we can no longer have two summoners. So we are going to turn Ferris into a thief for now. Level 2 summons, sure, why not? Okie dokie. Galuf is gonna miss out on a bit of experience here by not being in the party. But... well, I didn't really think about the part where I may want to... oh, level 2 summons can get Ramu and Ifrit and Shiva? I didn't think that was level 2, I figured it would be at least level 3. Anyways, that's good. So let's equip Thunderrod, you already have it equipped. Ramu. And that's enough. So even with no Thunderrod boosted. So I believe there's at least one crescent enemy in every encounter around here. Often two, like this one. Ramu is a nice and quick animation. Basically the opposite of Shiva in that respect. And we have the death signal already, perfect. That's nice and quick. So... let's go to the meteor where we're gonna find Titan. And... rest up, save, because we might be here for a while, everybody. We're gonna try and get the rare steel from Titan. I have no idea whether that's gonna be any good whatsoever, but I think it's at least going to be potentially fun. Wait. Oh, right, I need to go to the Tycoon Meteor first. That's confusing. Oh well, I forgot a step. Let's put it this way. Hello. What are you guys doing here? What a coincidence that I happened to guide my party exactly to where I needed to be. Alrighty, now we get to this meteor. You know what? I'm doing a very silly little optimization. We're gonna save to the south of the meteor. That way I can just hold up and B and run in here. Actually, can I run outside and save right now after watching this brief cutscene here? Saving a bit of extra time in subsequent attempts? I think the answer is yes. This will save us a bunch of time in the long run, probably. Because now we can go and encounter Titan. And this guy has a rare steel that I would like to have. And we get a push. And then after we don't get the rare steal, which is most of the time, we reset. Unfortunately, you cannot do any quick save shenanigans to manipulate randomness that way. I think in battle randomness is like frame based, so it's effectively random anyways, unless you know the method of manipulating that part. Potion. You know what, I should probably have a hotkey to reset that up, so give me a second. Hard reset. Put this on this button. And settle in, folks. This might take a bit. On average, it's gonna take 32 tries. After 32 tries, we can officially consider ourselves unlucky. Before 32 tries, it's gonna be lucky. At least that's how I like to think of it. You're actually slightly more likely to get lucky than unlucky, all things considered. Again, 63% chance after 32 tries, and some change. This is where it's really nice to have the quick menu, because I can just press left and then steal, and I know exactly that my cursor is gonna be over there. Alright. In case we don't get the successful steal first try, we're just gonna immediately begin trying to take this big guy down. Casting him slow, and judging him, just in case we do get the steal afterwards. Because he could be a bit sketchy to take down with this team. We have just barely enough max HP. Okay, didn't get it. We have just barely enough maximum HP to survive his Earthshaker attacks. But then again, we have plenty of high potions to immediately heal up with, and he's level 1. What that effectively means is that our chance to hit spells are almost guaranteed to land on him. Because he also... I don't think he has magic evasion. Is the audio crackling or is it you? There was a little bit of crackling just now. Is it crackling right now? You need to reset it. Like, there was a little bit of crackling there, but I think that's from the emulator. It seems fine now. It's actually an interesting point. Audio crackling hasn't happened in a long time. So that's nice. Maybe they fixed something. Couldn't steal. Okay, time magic, slow. This guy, by the way, has 2,500 HP, so we can cast Judgment Bolt 4 times before he dies, probably. Still a push. Alright. It's gonna take a bit. Potion. Yeah, there's a bit of crackling right there. Wonder why that happens. Potion. Alright. Steve. I need to make sure that I'm hovering my finger over the reset button. I need to make sure to not reset when I actually get the thing I want. Yeah. But yeah, there is definitely crackling on the stumps before the battle. That's definitely a thing. It's also crackling in my headphones. Right there, on the right side specifically. I don't know why that happens. Goodness, dude. Fine. There again. It's weird. Oh well. Steel. Potion. Potion. I wonder if I'm always getting the same randomness patterns by virtue of resetting. Probably, right? So maybe I should just move around in the menu a little bit more. I guess whenever I can't steal, then it definitely is going to be different. Because the frames I use, the ability is always going to be very separate. Come on. Goodness. Oh, remove. Why do you deal more damage? Do you not have a... Oh, you have a flame rod equipped. That's fine. We can fix that next time. Steel. Potion. Know what I'm looking for. Anyways, we're going to equip the Thunder Rod on Lena. And then see if we can... It also might shuffle the RNG anyways. Because I think the game tends to initialize RNG based on items in your inventory too. I think. So me moving stuff around should give me a different initial value, probably. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm just hoping that we don't get into the exact same result because I do the exact same thing kind of situation. Goodness, dude. Potion. Crackle, crackle. Goodness, dude. Potion. Rare steals when the target has a common steal as well suck so much. Yeah, they can just take a while. At least once we have the return spell on the timing, it's gonna be much easier to reset rather than having to literally reset the entire console. Potion. This isn't a GG run. I mean, Time Mage Summoner kind of carries everything anyways, but I'm trying to incorporate the Berserker at least in some meaningful way, which is why we are trying to get a weapon I've never actually got to use this early into the game and see whether it could be any good. Could be terrible. We do have the Death Sickle, so we do have a good weapon guaranteed. I'm just curious whether this weapon might be actually good at this point in the game. We can't underflow our magic power anyways on the Game Advance version. You can on the Super Nintendo version to deal absolutely ridiculous damage with the Earthshaker from the Gaia Hammer. But we do have extra magic power from either Time Mage or Summon jobs, so that could technically be useful. Also, I suppose maybe I should go and buy a Mithril Shield. Because now we can actually use shields on one character. Berserker also misses stuff, so it's better to underflow magic power for shenanigans. Yes. The chance to hit is horrible, because most axes have like at least a 10% chance to hit. Usually it's like 20 to 30% chance to miss. Didn't say that correctly, but I think you know what I mean. They basically have terrible chances to hit. And that's before enemies have evasion. Which is usually why you may want to put a dagger onto your Berserker, so at least they have baseline 100% chance to hit and cut enemies' evasion in half. Couldn't steal. Couldn't steal. Twice in a row. Haste. Potion. Potion. Hey, Pontocon. We're digging for a Gaia Hammer indeed. Welcome, hope you're doing well today. It's entirely unnecessary, and unfortunately the Berserker is not even going to be able to equip the Gaia gear, which is a huge shame. Oh, hello. Wait, that was 20 minutes ago. I'm so sorry, I missed that one until now, but welcome to you, Luigi Martini, in case you're still here. I was thinking, oh, I'm actually in time for one. But then I realized that the first number is a 5 now, and it was a 3 before. Oops. I'm terrible at that chat reading thing, sorry about that. Steel, potion. Potion. Steel. Goodness steel. Steel. Potion. Shame. Maybe I should check whether he actually can one-shot me with Earthshaker. So, I'll slightly rearrange the power deck just in case that helps with randomness in battle. Again, I don't really know how randomness works, aside from it being very prone to falling into patterns. Potion. Potion. Titanic efforts for this. Something like that. Potion. It's what, a 5% or something? 1 in 32 chance every time I try to steal. Assuming I don't get the same exact RNG every time, which, again, it's very possible that it is. But it's also rare enough that you just start questioning these things too. Titan, the constipated sun, hence why he always looks angry. I mean, let's put it this way, when you summon him and he comes in crashing down from the sky, landing on the earth and shaking everything, it makes a lot of sense the way he lands like that, or looks like that. But I will concede that it is looking a bit awkward. When he looks like that in combat too, when you actually fight him. potion. Hold up. Alright, I need to actually take a forced break here, because apparently we have to exchange some electricity stuff. I don't know what it's called in English. But I actually didn't pay attention when we stole. Did we steal something? Almost certainly don't have the thing that we're looking for, right? Yeah, nothing this year. Alright, I need to take a break, everybody, so I will be back in, let's say, 10-15 minutes. Sorry about that. I guess sometimes that just happens. I'll be back later. Quick break. Well, I say quick break, but the stream is gonna go down.